Greeting to all the students. Welcome to Global Online. As you all are aware that your exams are just next to the corner. So Global Online has brought a video which will be comprising of all the theory units revision. So all you need to do is that calmly sit and watch this entire video, which will help you to, revise all your things in one go. We also have brought paper 1 crash course for you. Paper 1 crash course comprises of live lectures. It is also comprising of revision notes, previous year question papers, that is 10-year question papers, and the mock test, which will be comprising of 2,500 questions. This all you will get at Global Online app or on the WhatsApp number which is given on the screen. You can contact us on the WhatsApp number. The fees for the same is 3,500. Right now 30% discount is going, so the fees will be 2450. You also have a quick revision PDF which of MCQs, which comprises of your current affair MCQs, previous year question papers, most expected questions, as well as the repeated questions, and this will be consisting of 2000 plus MCQs, and this will help you to revise your every topic in one go with the help of one PDF. We also have paper 2 notes as well as MCQs. The subjects of paper 2s are reflected on the screen, which you can see. This is available at 1,500. That is, the fees is 1,500. Right now 30% discount is going on. So this particular entire notes and MCQs for paper 2 are available at 1050 depending upon your subject of paper 2 objectives, and you have to find out what the research is. What are the various types of research? There is one question on that. Characteristics are merged with the meaning for the question. Positivism and post positivist approach, this is a new syllabus included topic, so that there is surely one question out of this. On methods of research, that is experimental, descriptive, historical, qualitative, quantitative, so these questions are seen with the help of examples. They give you few examples, and with the help of that examples they give you the questions, and you have to recognize the right method. Coming next to the steps of research. Now in steps of research, it is always seen that the question comes in the form of arranging or sequencing the steps. So they will just give you in an unorganized form the steps. You have to sequence them in a one proper form. Thesis and article writing, wherein you have to recognize the style or format or set it in the right form. Application of ICT in research, a question comes, and one definite sure question comes on research ethics. So what are the do's and don'ts of research ethics? So this is basically the syllabus. Now let's quickly understand the syllabus in detail also, and let's have a look. Now, coming to first thing is what exactly is research? So research is nothing but a logical and systematic search for new and useful information. The important words I have highlighted it. So it is an investigation to find out a solution, which has to be scientific, and it should be able to relate with the social problems. Very, very important point. They always stress the questions in such a way, this topics are given, but sometimes you get confused. So you have to be very clear with that. The information might be collected from different sources, like the experiences, the human beings, the books, the journals, the nature, etc., and it leads to new contribution, including the existing knowledge. So if we summarize, research is nothing but a careful and detailed study into a specific problem, concern, or an issue using the scientific method. So issue is nothing but either you call it as a concern or a problem, which has to be detailedly studied, and which has to which has to focus on some issues or a problem or concern. Characteristics of research. So research is something which should be planned in advance, because it has to be systematic and organizing. So it has to be pre-planned. It has to be systematic. It means needs to show some system, some structure. It should be based on the real-time data, that is called as an empirical data. It should have an objective. It should be accurate. There is no ifs and buts. That it has to be an in-depth analysis or study. It has to be logical. It has to be reliable. It has to be valid. It is to be controlled. It is to be verifiable. It is to be relevant and generalized and ethical. So when we are talking about reliability, validity, so this all gives importance to the research and makes research more valid. So these are all the examples of what? These are all the examples of characteristics of research. And this also comes in the form of questions, but again, these questions are asked in a different form. So you have to be careful with that, okay? Objectives of research. So there is again one question based on this objectives is to discover new facts. They may give you 4-5 objectives and you have to pick up the right one. There may be a odd man out also, so you have to pick up. So you have to understand what are the correct objectives of research: to discover new facts, to verify and test the important facts, to analyze the to analyze the process of phenomena in the form of cause and effect relationship, that is experimental research like, to develop scientific tools, concepts, and theories with the either from the existing ones or along with the existing ones. From the existing ones, you can come up to something new theory in the form of your deductive and inductive methods, to solve and understand scientific and non-scientific problems, to find out the solutions scientifically in the form of scientific, non-scientific as well as social problems, to overcome and solve the problems occurring in our day-to-day life. Okay, so this was basically the concept with respect to the objectives of research. Here also you definitely get a question where they give you some points of objective, and that one odd man out is added. You have to recognize the correct objectives. Coming to some theoretical, factual, or applied objectives. Theoretical are the one which formulates new theories uh, in the form of what? In the form of association between various variables, or in the form of fundamental research. Factual objectives in the form of new facts which are used in history and explain in exploratory research, that is facts which gives you the facts. Applied are in the form of which are already existing theories to the new situations which are in the form of applied research. Now, literature review is a new topic. It is a new concept now. So basically what comes out of literature review, how it is helpful: it helps to bring ease in the research. It helps to gain knowledge to the researcher about the research problems. It gives clarity, it focuses the research problem, it improves authenticity, and it improves research methodology. So basically this goes with research literature review. So how is literature review used in research can be a part of it. Then yes, comes your various types of research. So we will see one by one. At the same time, we'll keep on seeing the differentiation also. Talking about qualitative and quantitative research. So qualitative is the one which is the objective is to explore the phenomena, whereas quantitative is to confirm the tentative statement which has been framed by us, that is in the form of hypothesis. When we talk about qualitative research, it is in-depth, it is in the form of in-depth interviews, focus groups, participant observation, that is semi-structured method, whereas quantitative is highly structured in the form of questionnaires, survey, structured observation. So this also can be a part of your examples, and you have to identify which are qualitative, which are quantitative. Qualitative questions, qualitative methods are open-ended. So when I say open-ended, it means that it is in the form of descriptive. The question will be given, you're supposed to describe it in your own perception or in your own way. But in close-ended, you do not have such option. It is very restricted. Either it is yes or no. Whether you agree or not, either you can go for yes or no. So there is no description allowed over here. Qualitative describes what its variations. They explain the relationship. As I said, it is much more, in the form of a description. Whereas quantitative, it quantifies variations and causal relationship. So qualitative is subject to what is learned, and quantitative is subject to statistical assumptions. So here it is outcome is based on learning, and here it is with respect to statistical assumptions. Now, when we go a little bit further, there are more important points which I've added. It involves quality, whereas quantitative involves quantity. It is used for analysis, that is understanding the problem. It is used to quantify the problem attitude or a behavior. As I said, we have already studied this is an open-ended and this is a closed-ended. That is in the form of inductive, specific to general. Close-ended, it means deductive, that is general to specific. Okay. If I give you an example, that study conducted to know why people suffer from mental disorders, how these affect the personal life of a person. See the word how, describe how it affects, okay? Whereas here, it is the same example, but how much it affects, it will be a part of what your quantitative research. Qualitative is, as I said, it is semi-structured or unstructured, whereas quantitative is very, very or highly structured. Now, when we talk about fundamental research, it is used for generalizing or to make additions to the existing knowledge. Applied is in the form of specific or social business issue. Fundamental research is conducted by formulating theories and has a greater scope of application, whereas applied research is conducted to find out a particular problem, to analyze a particular issue. So that is applied and fundamental. Coming to structured research, which is highly structured in the form of objective design sample, which is pre-decided, and structure, it talks about flexibility, which is definitely which is not pre-decided. Structured research is, it is used in quantitative research to know the extent of the problem, and unstructured is it is the form of qualitative research to know the nature of the problem. Now, conceptual research and empirical research. So let's have a look at conceptual and empirical research. So conceptual research is basically based on establishing a concept or a theory based on observations or intellectual and non-experiments. So it's based on concept. So conceptual is one which is based on concepts. Empirical is one which is based on experiments. So it is, as this is the revision part, so now you just have to cover, or you just have to scan your minds with important words which can give you a hint. Okay, what was been learned in conceptual, which is established based on concepts. Empirical, which was based on experiments. Whereas in conceptual, it is, as we said, that it is theoretical approach, developing new theories or redefining the existing ones. Empirical, it talks about practical and experimental. So just keep your, the theories in mind. Sorry, this structured and unstructured part was repeated. So I'll just eliminate it and I'll move ahead. Descriptive and analytical research. Analytical, it means in-depth analysis, detailed study. So when we talk about descriptive, it is undertaken to simply explain what occurred or what is occurring in order to describe a problem situation, whereas it is why it has occurred, it is in the form of analysis. Descriptive research is description, classification, comparison, whereas analytical is in the form of cause and effect relationship. Descriptive example is, analyzing the trend of prices of pulses in the form of description. Whereas when you go for analytical, it is basically the example analyzing the reasons behind the change in the price of pulses. So let's see. I mean to say, if you want to analyze that, how if you want to see that, how the prices in the pulses has changed, you have to study. Now it is higher, okay, it is lower, it's constant, it is, it is changing very frequently. So in such case, you have to analyze it. Okay. Now, there is one topic called as explanatory and exploratory. So students have difficulty in this also. So let's touch that factor also quickly. So explanatory research is a one type of research which attempts to explain. See, explanatory, so it is more of explanation, whereas exploratory is basically to explore, to find out, to investigate. When we talk about explanatory research, it links the ideas, okay, in the form of cost and effect relationship. In exploratory, it explores the research but does not offer any conclusion. It just explores. There is no definite conclusion in it. Explanatory research is usually conducted after exploratory and descriptive. It is conducted as in a preliminary stage, at a pre stage, you can call it as. So quick, I have also, written some important quick understanding points in case if you have still not understood. So experimental research is basically which talks about cause and effect relationship, other factors, the variables, by manipulating them or keeping them constant. The experiment is important. Applied, it is basically to solve, which is important to solve the specific problems, to answer the questions, to come to a conclusion, to to do a research, to do a evaluation. Basic research is to expand the existing knowledge, okay, in the form of scientific knowledge, to make the generalization. It means the statements, or to form a new theory. It's basically, it is a form of universal behavior. Now, experiment, as I said, so here we have studied about cause and effect, but effect is observed as an experiment, in an experiment due to cause. Here examples of change packaging on the sales of regular biscuit brand. So if you want to experiment this, you need to find out the effect of the packaging, which has, either whether it has, has resulted in the effect of sales. Now, there is a concept called as ex post facto, so which explains how independent variable affects dependent variable, which is also called as a quasi experiment when the situation has already occurred. So basically, it deals with already the situation of already occurrence. So how adult education influence the confidence in adults, which has already occurred. The adult education has already happened, but how it influences. So that is a part of what? That is a part of your ex post facto research. Ethnographic research, here students are a little bit confused. It talks about what? It basically talks about culture, society, or a group in depth with observation method. The participant observation enables to share the experience of the subject. So ethnographic research basically deals with society and culture or a group in depth. Okay. So this was about the types of research. Now let's come to positive and post-positivism. So when I say about positivism, is one which relies completely on scientific evidence such as experiments, statistics, revealing a true nature of the society. So it is basically, it is to uncover the laws of human that governs the human behavior, but in a scientific method. So it refers to the quantitative methods, statistics, survey, questionnaire. So we just now we did what includes in quantitative method. Require research to be reliable and representative as well as valid. Let's see quickly the difference between positivism and post-positivism. So they believe in reality that is scientific. They are also called as quantitative, whereas they believe in the creation of new knowledge and they support the committed movement. They believe in objective reality through applying the methods and principles. They create theories, hypotheses, and the value of the researcher is done over here. Positivism denies the intuition. They do not go with any intuition and they are concerned with only objectivity. Whereas the post-positivism is concerned with the subjectivity. So positivism basically includes scientific study, and post-positivism based, you can call it also qualitative in the form of description or experience. Then let's understand what are this induction and deductive method of reasoning. So when I talk about inductive method, it is a method which is bottom up. That means it starts with an observation that is from a specific to general. Many students still have a confusion. They just do a rote learning. Please do not do it. Induction. In it means you keep on adding. You keep on adding. Okay. So it is bottom to up. So you add. So it goes on, scaling up. So it is bottom up. Okay. So you have a specific, you go from one to many, that is general. So it is cumulative. You keep on adding, so it becomes cumulative. So in the form of observation, pattern, hypothesis, and then you come to a theory. When I say deductive, it is from top to bottom, deduct. So you deduct it. So you go in the form of many. Okay, you go on subtracting and you come to one specific individual. So that is specific, a particular. So it comes with a theory, hypothesis, observation, and confirmation. So now here what happens is that, here it is basically, in this case, when you talk about inductive and deductive, what exactly happens is you have options in the form of, either putting them in, aligning them in a proper way, or it goes from general to particular or particular to general, or it is also called as bottom up or top down approach. So these are all possible questions which can come that I have added in the slide. So when you're reading it or when you're listening to the video, you have to ensure that all your senses of, your eyes and your ears are very active and there is no distraction at all. Then comes as a, I mean to say, just a quick revision slide, that is induction. Inductive approach goes from observation to generalization to theory. Deductive goes from experiment to predictions to the theory. Okay. Next comes is the step of research. So you start with a topic, you define a research problem, you review the literature, you develop the objective, you identify the variables, and formulate the hypothesis, prepare a research design, that is a framework, conceptual framework. You carry out a sampling, you collect the data, you perform the analysis and hypothesis testing. You make the generalized statement in the with along with interpretation, and you write a research report. So when you say this, I mean to say, when you follow this, you say that you have done a research process. In other way around, it is like formulating a research problem, doing a survey, literature survey, formulating hypothesis, preparing research design, collection of data, analyzing the data, and interpreting the data as well as reporting. So many times, as I said, research steps till date have been seen in, arranging it in the sequence. So you have to just be careful with the sequence. You have to see that how the sequence is given. Reporting, that it always come at the end. Hypothesis is formulated only after, defining a problem. Collection of data starts only after the formulation of hypothesis. So you should be able to aware of this. Interpretation or analyzing of data starts only after the collection of data. So these are some important points which I have to keep in mind very clearly. Next, hypothesis, very important question comes on alternate and null hypothesis. So HO is basically represented as your null hypothesis. H1 or HA is your alternate hypothesis. So what is your null hypothesis? It's nothing but which shows a negative relationship between the variables. Okay, that is negative relation or negative statement. Or whereas your alternate hypothesis is something which shows a positive relationship. Okay, so you have to, now you do not know what type of relationship it can be proved, so you're making a tentative statement that there is an impact of technology on the distraction of the human mind. Or if there is an impact, it means it is a positive. So that is, you have proved what? You are framing an alternative hypothesis. But if you see there is no impact of technology on human mind, you're framing what? You're framing a negative statement, that is called as your null hypothesis. Okay, so many times what is rejected, what is accepted, one is rejected, other is accepted. So this type of question comes. So you have to be very careful. So how your hypothesis should be clear, should precise, should be focused. It should formulate the theory. It is basically facilitates formulation of a theory. It gives direction. It gives objectivity. It prevents any type of blind research, means where you're not aware what you're doing. Provides generalization, that is in the form of statements only after verification. So hypothesis should be simply expressed, specific, and should be clear, should be a verbal statement, should be future oriented, should be objective, enhance the objective, should be operationalized. In other words, it should be workable, and definitely you should be able to draw conclusion out of it. Okay. Now comes, yes, there is one concept in 2019 paper, this concept of type 1 and type 2 error has been seen. So type 1 error occurs when you reject your null hypothesis. You're not supposed to reject, but you have rejected. So means you have done an error. So type 2 error occurs when the investigator fails to reject a null hypothesis and he accepts the that is, he's unable to reject. I mean to say, he was supposed to reject it, but he didn't do, and he's unable to reject the hypothesis. So it means it is type 2 error you have done, where you are supposed to reject it, but you have accepted it. So it is type 2 error. So type 1 error is rejecting your hypothesis, and type 2 error is unable to reject your null hypothesis. That's how it is framed. Okay. In little bit more detail I have given over here. So a null hypothesis is true, okay, but you have rejected it. Okay. That is false positive. Like for example, test detected to find out a cancer is positive, but the person does not have cancer. So it is false, but it is positive. Okay. Now it is false negative. Test detected to find out cancer is negative, but the person is affected by cancer. So it is false. and the test is, it is negative. Okay. When it is true positive, it was predicted that that they have disease, and yes, they have it. So it is true and it is positive. True negative, we predicted for no, or no for diseases, and they do not have diseases. So it is yes, they predicted and they do not have. That is true negative. So you have to be very careful. There were type 1 or type 2 errors, correct outcome. So you should know type 1 error is rejecting your null hypothesis. Type 2 error is, not rejecting your null hypothesis. And correct outcomes is true positive. Okay. And here the correct outcome is the true negative. I hope this is very clear. Then the next concept you have is variable independent and dependent variable. So when we talk about experimental or treatment variable, it is called as independent. But at the same time, when we talk about outcome variable, it is called as dependent. Independent variable is the one which can be manipulated. Here it is measured. Independent variable can cause a change in the other variables. They can change as a result of change made on the independent. So this is a cause. So as I said, this is a cause. Independent variable is a cause. Dependent variable becomes an effect. Independent variable is manipulated. Dependent variable is measured. Liquid used to water the plant. So, the growth of the plant. So here the effect, the cause is the liquid, and the effect will be in the form of growth. So this is how your independent and dependent variable. There are question scenes on this also. With the help of examples, they give you the questions. Okay. Apart from this, there are some other variables also, like intervening variable. It is called as a link variable, mediator. Like for example, if you're talking about bottle feeding, and if it is the child is getting affected, so feeding is, independent variable. But if something goes wrong over here, the effect will be on the health of the child. Okay, that is a dependent variable. So mother's education with respect to, the hygiene part is plays a role of what? The mediator, that is in the form of intervening variable. Now, when I talk extraneous variable is the influenced variable, like the age of the child, the immunity level of the child. If I talk about confounding variable, it confuses the relationship. The person may or may not be consuming alcohol, and he may not be consuming, and he has got a lung cancer. What is the confusion? The confusion is like, how can he get cancer if he does not consume alcohol? So it is something which confuses you. That is called as confounding variable. So now you also have in detail also I've written. So intervening variable is like a mediator, which explains the cause or a connection between dependent and independent, and they're associated with observation. They're an association instead of the observations. Okay. Confounding, as I said, they confuse the relationship. And extraneous, as I said, that it comes as, the researcher did not originally consider them while designing the research. The unwanted variables can unintentionally change the result. As I said, like for example, another example, if you take a study assessing whether private tutoring or online tutoring courses are more effective. So here the unintentional influence, the outcome may include in the form of, the parental support or the prior knowledge, or, in the social economic status. Now, yes. So next one, what we have is the population and the sample. That is, you have few questions based on this. So let's see what population and samples. So population, out of population itself, you draw your samples. Okay, now the population is measured in parameter. Samples are measured in statistics. When you have a sampling frame is a device or a material from which sample is drawn. So sample is drawn from the sampling frame, and sample design is nothing but the roadmap of your methodology. So this is basically what certain questions are based on this topic. So you have to be very careful for this. Probability and non-probability sample designs, that is sampling types, that is probability and non-probability. So first is simple, random, simple. So that is a group or a members. Okay, every member from this group has an equal chance of being selected. So there is, what are the chances? Every member has an equal chance. Okay. Stratified, wherein the population is subdivided into various subgroups, stratas. That is called a subgroup in the form of gender, age, characteristics, income, job role, maybe the height, weight, whatever strata you take. Systematic sampling, which goes in, listed in the form of either even number, odd number, or random, maybe simple. So if you do it random, it will come simple random. Sorry, but here you do it very systematically. Okay. Cluster sample, so you have already had a group or samples. In that, you are creating a subgroup and you're picking up the whole subgroup. Okay, whole group. So you call them as what? You call them as cluster. So here there are many times questions seen on this. Since the old syllabus and new syllabus also, there is a question on sampling. You have to you have to recognize which are the probability and which are the non-probability types of sampling methods. So non-probability, when we come, convenience, that is as per the ease. Purposive, that is as it's also called as judgmental, which involves the expertise, or which involves a certain purpose or aim. Voluntary, it is based on the researcher's choice, and snowball is the one which is in the form of networking. So there is, there are a lot of questions on snowball also seen, that is nothing but networking sampling. Then quota sampling, where you have a group, from that you take a quota, like for example, male above 50. So such type of, quota, if you find out, it's called as quota sampling. There is something called as dimensional sampling. It's an extension to quota. The researcher takes in account of several characteristics. The researcher also ensures that at least one person in the study presenting each chosen characteristic should be present. So quota sampling is basically a non-probability sampling method, and it creates a sample involving individual that represents a population. Then you have multi-stage sampling. Now, multi-stage sampling is that which divides the sample into various stages, like for example, states, districts, village, household. So a combination of stratified sampling or cluster sampling and simple random is usually used in multi-stage sampling. Okay, so sampling question definitely will be there. You should be completely aware of this. Next is you have styles of referencing. So you have American Psychological Association, that is APS style, wherein author's name, year of publication, title, journal in italics form, title and full stop by full stop, volume by a comma, page number. Now see, this will require, you have to just pause the video and just you have to write it down in your notes, because this you are tend to forget many a times. So when you go for an examination, a quick recall, so it's there, you won't have time to open the video, search the video links and all those things. So you have to ensure that you're doing it, you're writing and keeping it as a last minute revision in your book. Harvard style, where author name is followed by initials, the year of publication, article with a single quotation, which is again marked by full stop. The name of journal has to be in italics. Volume should be followed by a comma, issue number in the bracket, and page number. So this is how it goes in the form of Harvard style. MLA, that is Modern Language Association, where your author's name, the article, title of the article, name of the journal, volume number, year of publication, page number, or medium of publication should be reflected. It is in the form of MLA style. Now, Chicago style, so it is like the name of the author, the article title, the title of journal in italics, volume, year of publication, or page number. So this is how it goes with respect to Chicago style. So you have to just remember, many times they have given you examples, and from that you have to follow the right one. But as I said, please keep it noted somewhere and revise it one day before the examination, or at least on the day of going for your examination. Then many students have a doubt regarding reference and bibliography. So references generally context only those sources that you have cited in your research work, which you have only cited. But suppose here in bibliography, all the sources which has helped you to generate the ideas, which has helped you to, whether you have cited or not, but which has helped you to know about the topic. So everything which you have referred, you mention it is in the form of bibliography. The next one you have is certain effects. So halo effect, basically, halo effect is one where on one opinion, you form the opinion of other group, group members involved in research. Central tendency, where you do not want to, where you do not want to either support, you just have to, you want to be standardized, central. So you don't go for an extreme, you maintain your central, you maintain a point. Categorical effect, it's based on the unit or of observation, and evaluation, which is based on, the purpose of providing information. Now, yes, and there was one question on this of the in the form of ICT. That is, ERIC is nothing but Education Resource Information Center, which is an online library of education and research information. Medline is nothing but a general citations journal, which is citations and abstract for biomedical, which is used. ABI and Inform is which gives complete information to the researchers about the companies and business trends around the world. So you just have to keep this mind in the form of ICT. Then yes, there was certain, you don't have the specific topic, but a question wherein you include what is blind study, what is panel study, what is cohort study, and case study. So case study, which gives you, a basic generalized aim which aims at generalized things. Cohort, it means a group. Panel, it means the specialist. And the blind study, where you're not aware about, the treatment, where you're not aware about the subject. Like for example, in the form of placebo, you just play with the mindset of the people. So in such case, if you do that study, it's called as a blind study. Okay. Now, yes, there is one feminist research approach in research is called as feminist. So it is basically feminist is with related to political and sociological theories, but in research it is with dual objectives: it construction of new knowledge as well as creation of social equity. So feminist research, please keep in mind, it has dual objectives, two objectives. One is the construction of new knowledge, and another is creation of the social equity. Now, application of ICT in research is in the form of what? In the form of use of modern technology, learning, higher education, research, innovation, collecting data, assessing data, storing data, processing the data, interpreting the data, and communicating the research findings. So for all this, you require the application of ICT in research. So in that, let's take quickly few example. InflibNet, that is Information and Library Network, the headquarters at Gujarat, which was established in 1996. 1988, Yashpal Committee worked out, and 1991, InflibNet was initiated by UGC. Coming to eShod Sindhu, which is Consortium for Higher Education Electronic Resources. It provides access to the e-resources in the form of university, colleges, centrally funded technical institutions. They are merged with three initiatives, that is UGC, Infonet, that is Information Network, Digital Library Consortium, that is Infonet, Information Network, Digital Library Consortium, NLIS, that is National Library and Information Services, and INDEST its form of Indian National Library, Digital Library in Engineering, Sciences and Technology, that is an AICT consortium. Consortium is nothing but a group of association. It was the initiative by MHRD, which is executed by InflibNet, that is Information Library Network. Now, Shod Shuddhi, it is one which is introduced by MHRD in the form of which provides the access to plagiarism software to all the universities or institutions in India. Plagiarism is, something which you're not allowed. It is unethical. You cannot copy the material as it is. It is called as plagiarized. And if you do, the software will detect that. So it is called as Shuddhi. So they will tell you the Shuddhi. It means they will throw out all which is copied, and they will keep only the Shuddha material. That is Shuddha, it means which is pure, which is written on your own. NLIST in the form of National Library and Information Services Infrastructure. It is an initiative again by MHRD, that is the National Mission on Education through Information and Communication Technology. It is subscribed to all the major e-journals and e-book across the world for the use of students, researcher, and faculty from the colleges. Next, you have open access initiatives or ImpliNet, that is in the form of Shodh Ganga, digital resource for Indian thesis. Shodh Gangotri, that is for the research progress details. Vidya Mitra, that is a portal for e-counter projects developed by the NMEICT. Vidwan, that is a database of scientists and other faculty members of leading institutes. And InCat is a form of free online catalog of books, thesis and serials of major universities. So government sponsoring of research, it is in the form of Indian Institute of Science, that is which attracts the talent pool. Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Indian Institute of Technology, central universities, which are the top national ranking universities as per the national ranking framework. Apart from that, you have Uchchatar Avishkar Yojana, which was announced on 6th of October 2015 with a view to promote innovation. So it focuses on what? It focuses on industry academic collaboration. The objective is to promote innovation and research, to spur innovative mindset, that is to enhance the mindset in the students as well as faculty, to bring a coordination between academics and industry, to use or to strengthen the laboratories and other research facilities, to have an outcome-based research funding. So it is applicable how? The scheme is applicable to the projects which are proposed by Indian Institutes of Technology initially. They are collaborated with academics as well as industry, which is within and outside India. So you should be aware of this. Any topic from here can come, which is very factual. Next is again in the form of that is imprint impacting research, innovation and technology. PAN, IIT and ISN joint collaboration again to develop a blueprint for research. Okay, this is basically, it is identified, for the funding purpose, in order to measure the research outcomes. Okay, with the help of standard of living with respect to rural and urban areas. So it was launched in 2015 with a view to provide solution to the relevant engineering challenges by translating the technology that is in the form of product and processes in 10 selected technological domains. Now, which are these domains? That is healthcare, engineering, sustainable habitat, nanotechnology, water resources, river system, advanced material, information and communication technology, manufacturing, security, defense, and environmental science and climate change. So this is launched for this purpose. Okay. Coming to, references and bibliography we have done. So we will just skip this slide. It is repeated, I guess. Research design and process paradigm. So research design we had used in one of the earlier slides. It's nothing but a framework of methods, research methods and techniques which are used in order to complete the research process. And paradigm is a pattern maybe a method or a pattern, okay, which tells about what type of model you are going to follow in your research. So paradigm is basically that pattern or a system. Coming to one topic which is very common in research, the difference between conference, symposium, workshop, and seminar. So conference is the highest one. Similar is symposium, but it is lit at a lower scale. Workshop is an hands-on experience, and seminar is an instructional event where you have a small group with now the numbers 5 to 10 or maybe extended to 12, but among this, which is the larger one, is conference, where you get hands-on experiences. Workshop, which is similar to conferences, your symposium. Okay, so this there are questions seen on this in recent last 2-3 years, so you should be able to track them properly. Coming to the last part of your research is research scales of measurement. So basically there are 4, this is again a very common question, 4 top scales: nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio. So when I say nominal, it is also called as the categorical scale. Okay, so when we talk about categorical variables, it is divided into various categories. There is no numeric value like labels, names, okay, classification in the form of types, kinds, but no numerical value. Or that is only names. Ordinal is in the name and order form, that is which provides the ranking, that is from first to last or best to worst. So just the ranking is given in the form of first, second, third, like highest, lowest. Okay, so it is just the name and the order is mentioned. Interval, it is name, order plus the proportionate. Okay, so it basically talks about it talks about the intervals, it talks about the adjacent numbers. It means the name, the rank, and the interval. Like for example, the interval between 2 and 4, the gap is 2. Between 4 and 6, the gap is 2, which is consistent, which is same. Name, order, proportionate, and absolute value, that is come in the form of ratio. And what is the meaning of this absolute value? Which permits the ratio, forming ratio statement. So here if I say minus, so minus has the value or zero. Like for example, absolute value, it means zero has a meaning which does not exist in interval scale. Okay, so this is what we had learned. Now, research ethics, I didn't put a theory because in research ethics, basically do's and don'ts. So what is research ethics, like what you should avoid and what you should, plagiarism. In between, I've completed the concepts, so specific separate slide I didn't prepare. So plagiarism is, you should not do that. Okay, you should not copy the material. You should come with something new, creative, innovative ideas rather than relying on some duplicating it, or copying someone's material, which is not correct. So research ethics, basically the question of research ethics is seen on the reporting part, so you have to be very ethical on that. Okay, so this was all about your research unit. Tomorrow we will be coming up with the next unit. 3 units I've already completed. One is with respect to teaching aptitude, next is communication, and today this research aptitude. I hope every day you are just ensuring that your revision does properly and you are very, very much alert. I know this is very high time for you people. So many months you have been revising, but this is not a time to give up right now. You have to, that's the reason we are preparing this revision video, so that in one video, you can quickly at least go through the concepts, wherein if you sit specific time, it may not happen. So this is just an assistance, so that syllabus for teaching aptitude. So it start with the teaching concept, the objectives, levels of memory. So you have 3 levels of memory, that is levels of teaching, where you have 3 levels of teaching, that is memory, understanding, reflective. Question comes on this also many a time, so you should be very sure. Requirements and characteristics. Then we have learners characteristics, so wherein we have academic characteristics, social characteristics, emotional characteristics, and cognitive characteristics. You have a topic on individual difference. You get one question on individual difference, so you should know the concept of individual difference. The next you have is factors affecting teaching related to. So you have teacher as an important factor, learner, support material, instruction facilities, learning environment. So on this one question is touched on this topic. Then definitely and 100% question on teacher-centered and learner-centered methods, in wherein offline and online methods are also considered. Swayam Prabha moves, there is one question on this. The next topic will be teaching support material, that is traditional, modern, and ITC based teaching. And comes finally is evaluation method, where you have various types of evaluation elements and types. Then you have evaluation and choice based credit system, computer based testing, and even evaluation in innovation in evaluation system. So let's start I meant to say, we have just quickly seen the syllabus. So let's start with the theory now. What exactly it starts from. So first one which we have is objective. So here definitely one question comes regarding the overall objective of teaching. So if I divide it into 2 parts, it comes as general and specific, where you have, this question is very commonly seen in many of the previous year's papers. So what type of impact or what type of objective does teaching has? So it hasn't changed, or it talks about the overall development or all-round personality of the students to change or to come up with overall personality and development with curriculum, which includes shaping of behavior, adaptability, that is adjusting to the new environment, to encouraging the students to learn, that is to create a desire to learn. All this are the form of questions. So now you know that you have revised MCQs, you have learned so many MCQs, you have done so many MCQs. So how it gets connected to acquaint them with the content of knowledge, the content of subject, that is the subject mastery. Specific talks about developing critical and logical thinking, creating interest, that's what I said, desiring learning, to develop an understanding and to develop the knowledge. So these are basically it goes with what the objectives of teaching. A definite question can be expected from this topic. The next one which you have point is phases. Now, there was one question on this phases of teaching. So basically, how many phases are there? There are 3 phases, that is pre-active, interactive, and post-active. So post-active, it means after. So pre-active, it is which is before, so it refers to planning. Interactive phase is one which refers to the the continuous process, the ongoing process, sorry. So which refers to the conduct and management. And post active is refers to the follow up. So in one of the year, there was a question on this phases. So you should know that teaching has 3 phases. One is pre-active, one is interactive, and one is post-active. Pre-active is concerned with planning. Interactive is concerned with your it is the one which refers to your conduct and management, and post-active refers to follow up. Then coming to the next topic is role of teacher. So what role does a teacher play? Helping the students in making them understand new concepts, providing the real world context-based learning environment, focusing on realistic approaches, encouraging the students to ask questions. There is a question on this, that what is the role of a teacher? So basically, the teacher plays the role, um, where the teacher encourage the students to ask more and more questions and enhance the collaborative learning. So yes, this is how very impressive the role teacher plays in the life of a student. Coming to the factors which are definitely affecting the teaching, so we will see one factors. In basic, there are 9 factors which talks about teacher learner, support material, teacher student relationship, instructional facilities, teacher administration relationship. Then you have learning environment, classroom environment specifically, and certain administrative policies. So in that, when we talk about teacher, so teachers qualification, teachers knowledge, awareness of the factors, teachers experience, expectations, teaching skills which are very very important, methods, that is pedagogy of teaching, the approach towards the student, personality and behavior, which also creates an important impact, level of adjustment and mental health of the teacher, discipline and economic factor. So definitely here you may not get a direct question, so they will give you some instances, some situation, and from that you need to, you go for the question. And based on this example, you may get a specific question related to teacher. When we go with learner, so learner's physical and mental health, learner's basic potential, learner's level of aspiration and motivation for achievement, goals in the life of the learner, and readiness and willpower. So here also there were many questions from previous year examination which talks that many a times they give you the options like whether learners parents qualification or their socio-economic background, or their the society from where they come. No, so those are not, you may get an odd man out. So basically learners mental health, physical health, basic potential, the capability he has, aspiration, then its goals, okay, his goals, and the desire and the readiness with the willpower. So this will be the right option. So when you're reading the theory concepts, please try to recall that what type of questions can be expected or been asked earlier. So next topic will be, next factor will be support material, wherein we have all the type of audios, videos, online tutorials, journals, online tests, all kind of teaching aids. Apart from this, all the ways, or every mean in order to make your teaching effective with the help of the support material. Teacher student relationship, yes, there was a question on this also. It has to be with a good bonding. There has to be an authority, there has to self discovery is also an topic of learning. A positive relationship which should not cross the limit. There has to be discipline. It develops a proper learning structure which results into positive outcomes, so that the student gain important knowledge from the teacher. Next factor is instructional facilities. So on this also, we get a question like what this instructional facilities do. Definitely they create, or they are important in order to create learning. The facilities can be in the form of laboratory, audiovisual presentations, seminars, library, which can be used in order to deliver the formal instructions. At the same time, it enhances teaching learning process. So teacher administration relationship, which should be very professionalism. There the Definitely with the professionalism will help teaching learning process to improve or to grow, to achieve the goals in the organization, which will have better relationship between teacher and the administration. So on all this there were definitely questions. So now please remember, these are the quick revision points, which yes, there is something called as instruction facilities, there is something called as teacher to student relationship, there is something called as teacher administration relationship. Next is the classroom and the learning environment. Yes, it differs as per the situation, the location, the context in the which is involved in teaching learning. A wide variety of settings as per the modern times also. And this also includes the educational setting, which will help or facilitate learning. Apart from this, the administrative policies, which will be like a governing bodies, definitely to take care that the teaching learning process happens in a defined framework. All the basic facilities will be given, because if they are lacked, it will restrict the classroom learning activities. Autonomy to the teacher is given with respect to the methodologies of teaching learning, which will definitely enhance the learning process, and that also in the positive environment. So yes, these factors, so you may not, as I said earlier, you may definitely not get a direct question, but there are many instances, there are many odd men outs where you will definitely get these factors, which you have to go with a right selection. You have to read the question and go with right selection. The next one is that forms of education. So basically there are three forms of education, starting with formal, informal, non-formal. So the formal is the one which is which is like provided with the help of schools, colleges and universities. Informal is the one where the first child gets comes in contact with the learning process in the form of family, friends, society. And then comes next is your non-formal, which is again a systematic activity which is carried for the formal education, but in non-formal, it is basically with the help of the distance learning, that is the correspondence courses which are done in correspondence mode. Okay, so the forms of education, there are three forms of education, that is formal, informal and non-formal. The next one you have is your next topic is levels of teaching. Very very important question. Definitely one topic, I mean to say, based on this topic one question comes. So first of all, who has developed the level? So let's see. As we have seen in syllabus also, there are three types of levels of teaching, that is memory, understanding and reflective. I have put it in an order only, that is first is the memory, the lowest, then comes your understanding, and the highest is your reflective. Developed memory was developed by Herbert, understanding level which was developed by Morrison, reflective which was developed by Hunt. So now let's see the features of every level. So when we go with memory level, it is basically with rote memorization, recalling. Understanding is mastery of the subject, to understand in the form of understanding. Reflective level, it is use of knowledge and skills in order to solve the problem. Now again, next topic is coming up with how the memory level of teaching happens. It is thoughtless, understanding is completely thoughtful, and reflective is will be highly thoughtful. So under memory level, how do you practice this memory level? With the help of oral written test or with the essay type of questions. Understanding level, it is very comprehensive, or it is based on objective type of questions. Reflective level, it's like an essay type of questions, or a critical and creative, which will enhance critical and creative skills. So memory level, it basically is, found at lower classes, understanding at middle classes, and reflective level is at higher classes. Memory level, in which it is teacher centered as it is written, but it teacher centered in what form? It is authoritarian and dominant. Understanding level, though it is teacher centered, but it is permissive. Permissive means allowing the child to do certain things, but only with the prior permission, or prior um, with the help of only teachers guidance or support. Reflective level is completely learner centered, where the learner plays a democratic role. So here again, there are questions seen on the one who has developed the theory. There are questions seen on which type of active attribute the level has. Question scenes on what type of examples are which will suit the every type of level, and whether it is dominated by whom. So you should either in the match the following, or in the normal MCQ questions, you get the topic. On this topic you definitely get the questions. So hope this levels of teaching is done. Going next is, yes, there is definitely a question seen nowadays on syllabus and curriculum. In previous year question papers, in the older syllabus also these questions were there on syllabus and curriculum. So let's quickly have a look. So when I'm talking about uh, syllabus, let's go for a meaning. So syllabus is nothing but a document which contains the portion of the concepts which are covered in the specific subject. So syllabus goes subject wise, whereas curriculum is an overall content which is taught in an educational system as in an educational system or in a course. So syllabus is something which is oriented from Greek term, whereas curriculum is the one which was from the Latin term. Syllabus is set for a specific subject. Curriculum is spec for a specific course or a specific stream or field. Syllabus is very descriptive, whereas curriculum is prescriptive. Syllabus is narrow in scope, whereas curriculum is much more wider. Syllabus is basically based or set out by exam board, whereas curriculum is by the administration or the government of the particular school, institute, or a college. The term for the syllabus term, it means it's talking about the tenure, the time period. So this is fixed, normally a year, which can be stretched to 3 years also, or many times 5 years. Whereas curriculum is till the time the course lasts. What is uniformity in syllabus? It varies from a teacher to a teacher, that is from one teacher, subject teacher, to another subject teacher. Whereas curriculum is basically same, irrespective, the different type of teachers, subject teachers. The next one you have is the next topic which we are going to study is magazines. A very important topic on they again here they give a lot of examples, and based on that you need to identify which magazines, or they give you the magazines are nothing but the principles of teaching. So you need to find out which are the exact principles or magazines of teaching. So basically I've given all with the help of examples. So let's see one by one. Known to unknown, wherein the people have the some previous knowledge, and based on that teacher gives some new knowledge to the student. Simple to complex, teacher starts with the simple form of teaching, and then slowly take the students to the complex content of teaching. Concrete to abstract, where the teacher starts with the mental development of the pupil with the help of the concrete things, and slowly take it to the abstract contents, that is at a later stage. Coming to particular to general, that is giving a specific example, and then coming to a general law or a principle by the teacher. Then we have whole to part, that is which is based on the Gestalt psychology. That is, first we perceive the object as a whole and then divide it into various parts. Then we have a psychological to logical, that is based on the interest, aptitude, capacity of the child. And then, when it comes to subject matter, giving them an idea about the logical arrangement of the subject content. Induction to deduction, that is, induction where you are arriving at a conclusion by observing it. Deduction, it's you arrive at a conclusion after examining all the possibilities. Empirical to rational, that is based on some real experiences, that is ideas. And then we move to the rational concepts, that is in the logical form of understanding the things. Analysis to synthesis, that is something which you break, I mean to say, where you break the problem or a concept into smaller part, and then you I mean to say, then you, the whole idea has been put together. So so analysis is nothing but breaking, synthesis is nothing but the combining part. So these are the magazines of teaching. And yes, even magazines you will be having one question, so you should know all the magazines, the principles, and whatever form the question comes, you should be able to solve it. Then coming to the next part of the topic is yes, next is Bloom's taxonomy, a very important concept again. Yes, as per the new concept also and older also, but I mean to say, there are questions like, as you can see in the diagram, which are the higher order skills, which are the lower order skills. They can also give you to arrange the levels of thinking. So let's see how it goes. That is, the concept was brought by Benjamin Bloom in the year 1956 in order to, help or assist to provide a guide that can be used in order to create an assessment, or to create the objectives and the assessment. So if you can see the levels of Bloom's taxonomy, it is also known as Bloom's taxonomy. So if you can see the levels, that is a pyramid form. It goes with it starts with remembering, understanding, applying, that is application, analyzing, evaluation, and creation. So if I talk about the if I talk about the lower orders of thinking skills, so it includes remembering, understanding, and applying. If I talk about higher order of thinking skills, it talks about analyzing, evaluating, and creating. So if we go one by one, if we talk about remembering as the lowest order, so it talks about recalling or recognizing. When I talk about understanding, it is covering the main idea, the views, or summarize. When I talk about applying, it is basically providing with, ideas, theories, and problem solving techniques. When I talk about analyzing, it is to examine the concepts, break down into basic parts. Evaluation talks about using of standards and criteria in order to view or to support the opinions. And when I talk about creating, it is to assemble the parts of the knowledge into whole by using the creative and problem solving ability. So what are the expected questions? How can it come? How you need to, what you need to remember? It's very clear. The next is, yes, we are talking about Bloom's taxonomy, where just now saw the new terms, but you may get original terms wherein it started with knowledge, comprehension, application, okay, analysis. But earlier it was synthesis and evaluation. Now evaluation is one scale down, and it has taken the new role of, creation. Okay, so this is all about Bloom's taxonomy. Now, levels of, I meant to say levels, sorry, domains. What are the various type of domains? So basically there are three types of domain: cognitive, that goes with your mental ability; affective, that goes with your emotions and feelings; and psychomotor, that goes with your kinesthetic energy. Definitely this type of, from this topic, 101% the question is going to come, wherein they will give you to arrange the cognitive or the affective or the psychomotor domain, or they may give you certain examples, and from the examples they will tell you to recognize the domain. So you have to be very careful. All in my MCQs practice I have done, but here let's quickly focus on the various types of domains. So when it comes with cognitive domain, just now we have done, which starts with remembering in the form of taxonomy, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and the finally is creating. When we talk about affective domain, it starts with receiving, responding, valuing, conceptualizing, and characterizing. Now, why this comes or how this comes, they will give you all the random options and they will tell you to arrange it as per the sequence, okay, original sequence. So you should know the original sequence very well. When it comes to psychomotor, it is imitation, manipulation, precision, articulation, and naturalization. So maybe some students need to have this little bit in detail. So let's quickly have them in detail, starting with cognitive first. Remembering is nothing but, recalling all your previous information. Understanding is basically comprehending the meaning in one's own language or words. Applying it means application, applying in the various situation in order to learn the classrooms, which applies what is learned in the classroom in the various situation at workplace. Analyzing, which separate the concepts into the components in order to understand. Evaluating is to make the judgment. Creating is to build a pattern from the diverse element. This is basically about cognitive. Let's go with affective. So receiving, it means awareness, willingness. Responding, it means active participation. Valuing, it means to give the worth or value to the person. Organizing, it means basically resolving. And internalizing the values, it means characterization, where you talk about the controlling the behavior, being predictable, being pervasive or consistent. So all this comes as a part of characterization, that is affective domain. Then last one we have is psychomotor domain, which starts with imitation, that is observing, uh, manipulation, which is about performing certain actions. Precision, that is refining, making it more and more exact, or you can say efficient. Articulation, so basically it talks about coordination or adapting the certain series. And naturalization, it means mastering the high level of performance. Okay. Then you, apart from this, you also have certain taxonomies, that is there was one, I have seen a question once on this, so I have thought I'll just quickly do with this topic with you, which was the taxonomy which was given by Simpson and Harrow. So in Simpson's taxonomy, it basically starts with perception, the set, the response, the mechanism, the complex response, that is way of response or one of the strategy. It talks about in as per the simple, that is Simpson. So when I say that it is complex overt response, so it means the one which is done, the act. Okay. It talks about an act, adaptation, and origination. So this also quickly, let's see with the help of examples. So perception, it means certain clues. Set, it means mentally, emotionally, and physically are you ready to act. Guided response, it means it gives the practice skills. Mechanism, it means the it helps to increase the efficiency, confidence, and proficiency. Complete overt response, it means it helps you to perform automatically. Adaptation is adapting the skills in order to solve the problem. And originalization, it means it creates new pattern for specific situation. Then the one steps which are given by Harrow, which I've quickly written over here itself. So it talks about what it talks about: the non-discursive movements, that is the body language. The skill movements, it means the advanced learning. Physical movements, it means it talks about the stamina. Perceptual abilities, it means the stimuli. Fundamental movement, which talks about basis such as walking. And reflex movement, it talks about the experience, by experience. It talks about an activity which can be learned by experience and not by learning. So these are the taxonomies which were given. One, I have seen a question once on this. So even if now the question comes, you have to, the topic is in front of you, you have to just repeat it and definitely revise it. Okay. Then next one, important topic is on individual difference. There was a question seen that individual difference should be considered. Yes, definitely it should be considered. We know that individual difference is based on, the one which is inherited in the form of physical, mental, and temperamental way, and the one which we can acquire either socially, culturally, emotionally, or with the help of education. The next is, yes, what are the teacher centered and what are the learner centered methods? So when we talk about teacher centered method, which are conventional, traditional, teachers are more active, students are passive in this, flexibility is less, no as such group activities, or it is only one way communication with the help of lecture or team teaching or the PPT format. Now, when I talk about learner centered, it is one which is the modern method. Okay, it is the one which focuses on students as well as teacher. Students are more active. There is a lot of amount of flexibility over here. Group activities are conducted to encourage the students. A multiple flow of channels. Basically, it happens with the help of tutorial, assignment, or a project work or case study. Then we have, as I said, traditional form or the modern form in the form of flipped classroom. So in traditionally, what they do is lectures as well as homework activities, whereas in flipped, lecture come classroom activities. So you can definitely give them here. It also happens with, you tell the students to do the concept, okay, well in advance, and then based on that you take an activities in the classroom or show them certain, content based videos where the concepts gets more clear. The next one which you have is the blended form of learning. The most accepted learning environment is blended, wherein it is, you consider the face to face physical mode of learning as well as your online. But when you blend them, when you combine them, we get a new form of learning that is blended. uh, Now we're talking about learning, so definitely should know that what type of methods are used. So it is basically the pedagogy and andragogy. So let's see what is andragogy. It is a self-directed learner, large amount of life experience he learns through. Learning needs are closely related to social roles. They are focused on solving the problems, and they are intrinsically motivated. It means within, that is your self desire, your self motivation form. When we talk about pedagogy, it is basically learner dependent on the teacher. A few life experience are only shared. Learning needs are dictated by the teacher. They are subject or the content centered, and they are extrinsically motivated. It means the teacher need to extrinsic and intrinsic. Just remember very well, intrinsic, it means from inside. You, whatever type of motivation you get from inside, whereas extrinsic, it means the motivation which you get from outside, that is a push or a encouragement by the teacher. Apart from that, we also have, some levels if you see by order. So first is the pedagogy, that is engagement, and next is andragogy, that is a cultivation, and next is utagogy, that is realization. So pedagogy basically, it starts with pedagogy, that is the one which built confidence. Andragogy, which helps in understanding and support. Utagogy, which helps the desire or to create a desire to own learning. So if we talk about, I mean to say, the dictate who it is ruled by. So when it comes to pedagogy, it is teacher, andragogy, it's the adult himself, and utagogy is its self-determination. So if you see, the level of instruction is more in the pedagogy, but it reduces when it goes to utagogy. The level of maturity is less when it comes to pedagogy, but increases as it goes to utagogy. So any type of question from here, the level of maturity, the level, starting level, what does every level creates, it is dominated by whom, you should be able to answer. Okay. The next topic, there was micro teaching. There are in this last 2-3 years there was a concept of micro teaching, so I thought I will quickly touch this topic. So it is basically a technique which aims to prepare teacher candidates, that is the trainee teacher, to the real classroom setting, which was given by Brenton Thomas. It can be also defined as a technique specially used to train the teacher systematically and by allowing them to experiment the main teacher behavior, which helps them, the teacher training, to learn new skills. It helps them to master a number of teaching skills, and it gains confidence in teaching. At the same time, if you see a proper a well quoted definition of micro teaching, so it goes with as per the Singh, LC Singh, it is a scaled down teaching which encounters the teacher with the small group of the pupil, that is 5 or more, which can last for 25 to 20 minutes, and it's really an helpful experience in order to acquire the skills. When it comes to macro teaching, it occurs when a teacher provide instruction. This is an actual classroom situation. It usually is longer than 10 minutes. Macro teaching is done in the lecture format, and definitely it is also used for introducing new concepts or practicing the new skills. Then going with one of the concept is discovery learning. As I said, one small topic we will do. Discovery learning is based completely on this constructive approach, based approach. So basically where the learners are active, they are involved in the process of learning with the help of a good amount of knowledge construction. The role of the teacher is in the social constructivist is to help the students build knowledge, control the existence of the students during the teaching learning process. So what are the steps? There was a question on this also, what type of cycle it has. So it goes with engaging the students, exploring them, explaining them, extending the support, and evaluating them in the correct order. So when it comes to constructive approach, they have the specific step, which starts with engaging and which ends with evaluation. Then the next topic which we have is yes, types of evaluation, very, very important topic. So when it goes with types of evaluation, placement, this type of evaluation is basically to understand what type of course is suitable to the student. Diagnostic, that is you to find out the remedies. Formative and summative, we are going to do in detail along with norm reference and criterion reference. So when it comes to norm and criterion, definitely norm is that where you compare your a student, okay, with the comparison of the one student with individual student with the other students, with his classmates or a group of students. Whereas in criterion, you just compare a student's knowledge and skills against the standard set. Okay, so the performance of the other students does not affect in this as per the student score. When we come to formative and summative, formative is the one of the like, for example, continuous type of evaluation. Summative is the one which is done at the end. So formative is throughout the course, you can tell. It is too important in order to identify the gaps and to improve teaching, whereas it happens in the form of the approaches that support specific needs of the students. When it comes to summative, it is done at the end. Basically, why? It is to collect the evidence about the students' knowledge and skills which you have learned, and how it is with the help of the cumulative assessment, which is taken at the end of the like the semester end examination or the final examination. Now, if I give you an example of formative, it is when the chef tastes the soup, okay, like an individual you can say. But summative, when the same soup has been tested by a number of guests, it's guest, okay. Now here, if you want, I have again given you the same concept of formative and summative, but in a detailed way. So you can just pause a video for a minute and just check. It is, basically it's an ongoing process. It is done at the end. It is monitored for aimed with learning. It is aimed with, to evaluation. It provides feedback. It provides a result. It occurs many times during the course. It occurs, at the end of the course, depending upon if it is semester exams, semester patterns, or 2 semester exams. Formative has a wide range of question formats, whereas summative is limited to this question format. They are both basically more on subjective oriented part. Okay. Yes, next one you have here I have just given a table for a grading system. So you should know that O stands for outstanding with a grade of 10. F stands for fail with 0. Absenteeism, okay. P with a grade pass with a grade point of 4. C is average with a grade point 5. B above average with grade point 6. B plus is good, 7. A very good, 8. And A plus is excellent, that is 9. Okay. Apart from that, you have something called as computer assisted evaluation and computer based evaluation. Assisted, it means like in your online examination, with the help of the link given to the students. The same way, even NTA UGC Net conducts this online examination where the specific centers have been allotted. Students have to go there and take this online examination. Computer based evaluation, where your evaluation happens with the help of the OMR sheet, that is optical mark reader answer sheets, which is again technology based, but with the help of this technology your results or your sheets are assessed or evaluated. Okay. Then as I said that formative summative comes in scholastic areas. Okay, so there are, these are the examples and what forms it has been taken. But apart from them, you have continuous compressive evaluation, now which is regular, which is based on a lot of characteristics, and which is definitely one of the important tool. So quickly let's have its understand this topic in detail. So the main aim is to assess every child, minimize the stress. It should be done on a compressive and a regular basis, which provides space for the teacher for the teaching, which it is a tool for detecting and correcting the error, sorry, specific things which are not been understood by the students, and it provides them with the great skills. The learners, it provides a learner with the great skill. When the objectives are being asked, or what are the objectives, so first of all it makes the process via learner centered, focused on learner centered. Assessment is an important part which is taken care. A judgment is fair over here based on the learning, or the environment and the growth. It provides the scope for the assessment, and it evaluates, the evaluation helps to improve the achievement of the students. Functions, yes, it is done by with the help of the teacher. It helps to detect the weaknesses. At the same time, it helps the learner to uh, come up with the best type of strength. It is done so that the students know the strength and the weaknesses like a SWOT. It helps to change the attitude as as value, and definitely it takes care of both scholastic and co-scholastic areas. So let's quickly have the example of co-scholastic areas. So it depends upon the life skills, that is thinking, emotional and social, work, education, ITC, visual arts, health, with the help of a physical, that is physical education, sports and first aid, attitudes and values with respect to the teacher, classmates, the programs and the environment and value system. I've just given examples in the next slide. For life skills, basically thinking skills, what will come, social skills and emotional skills, and attitudes and values, what will come. Visual performing arts, which will talk about photography, painting and sculpting. So here also you can take a 1 minute pause and just see this example. So in case if you get various examples, you should be able to write it. Okay. Then you have a topic called an achievement test. So achievement test is basically divided into two, that is standardized and teacher made. Standardized test is it is a form of format, or a standard followed from one institute to another. Basically your topic is teacher mode. So teacher mode, whereas a oral or a written examination or a practical examination happens. So when it is written, it is based on essay type, short answers, or objective type. Oral, you know what it is, and practically also the demo. Okay. The next topic you have is the common types of learning disorders. This was very frequently seen in one of the 2 3 times this was seen. Okay. We are talking about dyslexia, so that is a reading difficulty. Dyscalculia, so that is basically a difficulty in numbers, that is mathematics. Then you have dysgraphia. Dysgraphia is basically it is basically the difficulty with writing. Dysprasia, or sensory integration disorder. So difficulty with reference to motor skills. Dysphasia or aphasia, that is language. Auditory processing disorder, that is difficulty in hearing the sounds. And visual processing disorder, that is difficulty in interpreting the information. So here I have given you the problems also, what exactly it creates. But basically the types of disorder and the meaning was seen in the match the following questions, or matching them up with their proper meaning. So you should be able to understand and remember this. Okay. Then yes, coming to the choice based credit system. So basically this is an educational model that offers option for the courses subjects based on the choice, elective purposes, and the skills, unlike not in the traditional form system. So best thing in this particular thing is, it is talking about the time, the effectiveness in the teaching learning platform, along with flexibility, or it helps to have the core list of elective core and soft skills courses. uh, the regulation states that credit, it means, is nothing but the standard methodology. So now, when we see them in detail, so basically there are three types of courses, that is the core, the elective, and the foundation. It was core, where it talks about choosing a core subject in order to complete the requirement. Elective is basically which aims to increase the students skills, okay, expose them to the various subjects, and give them the freedom with respect to the personal interest. And foundation is an ability enhanced courses which helps them to offer the value based subjects. So this is how it goes. So you should know what they're divided into, and how basically the grading system is happens. So this we have done in earlier also, uh, with respect to um, uh, with the help of average points, grades, and grade points. Okay, so now let's see what exactly the next topic is. So yes, you have Swayam Prabha, and moves. So basic, what is Swayam? So in detail, I have covered all this topic. So let's quickly have a look. So Swayam is nothing but the study web of active learning for young aspiring minds. It's an Indian massive online platform, a move platform, which was started with Ministry of launched by Ministry of Human Resource Development, along with NEPTIL, IIT Madras, Google Inch, and Persistence System. It has the principles of assess equity and quality. It helps the digital divide accessible to the students who have been so far not able to utilize this facility. It is a free entry to the web courses based on the advanced education, high school skills sector under Digital India. Next is basically you're talking about teaching, which is ranges from standard night to post graduation. Certification, you can avail this certification, which also carry the credit to the academic record, which was started from 2016. But for that, you have to go for a nominal amount of registration fee and sit for the final examination, which is for both teachers as well as students. The courses it undertakes is some computer science, language, mathematics, arts, entertainment, management, general library, education, which are taught by great more than 1,000 selected faculty. Next is it has its 9 coordinators, very important topic. And then many a times they give you this coordinators, or they tell you to explain them in detail with the help of their acronym is given and the full forms. So it starts with AICT, that is All India Council for Technical Education. Uh, then it is NEPTIL, that is National Program for Technology Enhanced Learning for Engineering. UGC, that is University Grant Commission, which talks about taking post graduation education. CEC, that is Consortium for Educational Communication for undergraduate courses, NCERT, that is National Council for Educational Research and Training for school education, NIOS, that is National Institute of Open Learning, specifically for school education, IGNU, that is Indira Gandhi National Open University, which is for uh, distance mode of education. IIM B, that is IIM Bangalore, which is for management studies, and NITTR, that is National Institute for Technical Teacher Training and Research, basically for teacher training. Then we have next is, this 9 coordinators, which I said, it can again come in any form, or, match the following, or you should recognize what is basically for what. So this slide is just an example that you should keep the 9 coordinators completely, properly, thoroughly learn it. The next one you have is the quadrants of Swayam, there are 4: assessment, e-tutorial, e-content, and discussion forum. There are 4 quadrants which are there. You should be able to keep this in mind. The next is Swayam Prabha. So Swayam Prabha, it's a group of direct to home channels. There are 34. Please update it. There are 34 direct to home channels which are 24/7 available with the help of GSAT, that is geostationary satellite. But the objective is equal access. It includes school as well as higher education, live classes, curriculum based courses, and it is very helpful for the competitive preparation. Now here, what are the basic features? The content goes, for 4 hours, which is repeated 5 to 6 times in a day. It allows the students to watch it as per their convenient time. It has channeled, or the channels are uplinked from BSAC, that is Gandhinagar. Now, what is this BSAC full form? That is the Bhaskaracharya Institute for Space Application and Geoinformatics. It is the contents are provided by NEPTIL, IITs, UGC, CEC, IGNO, NCRT, and NIS. The portal is who maintains the portal, that is InflibNet, that is Information and Library Network Center. Basically, this is the curriculum based contents which are applicable for postgraduate as well as undergraduate. The disciplines under Swayam Prabha is, arts, science, commerce, performing arts, social science, humanity, engineering, technology, law, medicine, and agriculture. Coming to the moves is nothing but a massive online course, which is again a web-based platform which provides unlimited number of students, helps to unlimited number of students worldwide. Okay, which was established back in 2008 and it gained the momentum in 2012. Yes, here the basic idea for this particular slide is I have brought is that many times I've seen that they give the topics, moves in India. So that is with the help of NEPTIL, with the help NEPTIL only, because EDX is based basically it is for US. Coursera is again US. Udemy is also based out of UF. Open to Study, that is Australia, and Viz, that is India and US. So you can get a question that which type of moves, platform are available in India. So you should be aware of this. Okay. Then yes, the next important is Edgar's Dale Cone of Experience. So again, it is, what based on what sentence or saying goes by Benjamin Franklin. Tell me I forget, teach me I remember, involve me I learn. So 90% of what you do is learned, okay, rather than 10% of what you read. Okay, so 70% of what you say and read, write, remembers. 50% of what you hear, 30% of what you see, 20% of what you hear, and 10% of what you read. Okay, so your learning by doing is active. That otherwise it is, just seeing and reading, it's more passive. Based on this experience, Edgar's Dale Cone of Experience, there is one more constructive theory, that is Bruner's theory of constructive theory, which is learning by abstract, that is symbolic experience, learning through observation, which is called as iconic experience, learning by doing, which is called as direct experience or inactive. So what type of activities are undertaken? So it is like evaluation, creation, defining, analyzing, practicing, applying it, demonstrating, explaining, describing, listing, and defining. So this is how it goes. So what important thing is what percentage and Bruner theory modes you have to keep in mind. Okay. Next, yes, There is one concept of Gagne's levels of learning. So there are 9 levels. It starts with gaining attention, informing the learners, stimulating the recall, recalling the prior learning, presenting information, providing the guidance, eliciting the performance, providing feedback, assessing the performance, and enhancing preparation and transfer. Okay, so the first stage goes with preparation, wherein you have these 3 activities. Next is instruction, where you have next 3 activities, and then the next 2 comes in the part of what? It comes in the part of assessment and transfer. Okay. Yes. So yes, that one topic we have is that is seen in 2019 question paper. So I've just thought I'll quickly revise what is positive and negative enforcement. So positive enforcement, that is the one which focuses on the reward what is done well by the students. Like for example, a teacher handing out gold stars to the students, for doing his homework on time. Negative reinforcement is a strategy that focuses on removing the negative elements and to promote the positive behavior. So let's see, the example is that, the punishment that is decreasing your negative behavior by adding something to decrease the behavior, and or subtracting something. So if it is adding, it is positive; subtracting, it is, just removing out the negativity. But it is when it is reinforcement to increase the behavior. So in the positive form, we can add something to increase the behavior. Negative form, we can subtract certain things. Okay. So example is that here is scolding a student to get the student to stop texting in the class. So this is one of the example of, a positive type of reinforcement by removing the negative behavior. Okay. So yes, basically, I have tried my level best to maximally quickly revise all the concepts. So now, if even if you don't have the time to read the theory, or if you are a little bit tensed that I didn't revise, I have learned everything, but it is not possible for me to revise. So please ensure that you watch this entire video and you are confirmed with your preparation of teaching aptitude. A small announcement that in case if you want to do a rapid revision for paper 1, we have came up with the 2000 plus MCQ in the form of PDF. Now this MCQs will be, the expected questions, the previous year questions or the current affair, which will help you to give, the assess by getting in touch with the contact number, and the price for the same is 499. Please ensure that maybe this type of revision will help you to boost up your morale, encourage you. And now whatever you have done, you have to just ensure that you are doing your best in the form of revision and giving your best for your upcoming examination. So don't worry, just ensure that you're going through the video, you're much more self-confident, yes, that you will be able to do this. Okay, so tomorrow we will come up with the second video, that is unit 2, and we will just do a rapid quick revision for unit 2 also. So one day you can concentrate on every unit, and at the same time you can focus on your MCQs also. So see you tomorrow with the understanding about the syllabus. So communication, basically meaning, types and characteristics, where you have one question from this effective communication, where they will put examples with the help of non-verbal, verbal communication, intercultural communication or classroom communication. This classroom communication, most of the time they add it with teaching aptitude, and based on that they give you a common question. So you should be able to understand barriers of effective communication, mass media and society. So the syllabus is a bit small for this unit, but you need to be very careful, because 5 questions are there. So the questions can be very interior part of the theory. So you have to be completely prepared for this unit. So now let's start. Now there is a very common question comes on what? On your communication cycle, where it starts with sender and it ends with receiver, including encoding of the message, that is in the form of, the context of the message, the channel use, the decoding, then the receiver, and then the feedback. So when we say the one who sends the message, that is an encoder, the one who sends the message is the sender, in the form of encoding. It means it is the the understanding and perception of the sender, where he encodes the message with the help of the channel or the context of the message. Okay, reaches the receiver has to understand the message, and for the same he has to decode the message. It means he has to understand the perception of the or the importance or the idea of the message in his own way. And after understanding, the process does not get complete here unless and until the feedback is given to the receiver. So the communication cycle ends only with the feedback. So every year there are questions seen on, whether sender, receiver, the completion in the form of feedback, context, channel, message, or some many times a sequence is given just to confuse you. They can just put a different element, but you know that this is a sequence and these are the elements, okay, which consist in the communication cycle. Okay, so now noise is the one which distracts, which can definitely have an impact on the message to be conveyed. So you have to just understand the question, read the question very carefully, and ensure that you are answering the question as per the given context of the question. So you don't have to put everything, don't have to pressurize your mind. This simple thing is in net examination, very, very important point is that you just read the question carefully, and this for 6 days. Okay, please have a reading, question reading on the screen only, so it gives the eyes get that habit of screening the question and then completely producing the answer. Now, yes, 7 principles of communication. So there can be a question on this. So which are those 7 principles? That is the 7 C's of principles of communication. Is completeness. All the required facts should be there in the message. Concrete, it means it has to be specific, definite, vivid rather than vague. It means it should not have any confusion or unclarity. Courtesy, it means a commitment and affection in the communication. Correctness, it means appropriately addressing the needs of the audiences. Clarity, it means the message should be very clear. There should be no confusion. There should be no dual meaning out of it. It has to be very specific. Consideration, it means it has to consider the receiver's interest. And concise, it means it should be communicated using least possible words. You can rather say as precise. Okay. Apart from 4 C's, you also have 7 C's. You also have 4 S of effective communication. Now, what are they? That is shortness is nothing but concise and precise message. Okay, it's precise and concise. Strength, it means a message should have an importance, what exactly needs to be conveyed. Sincerity, it means it should be sincere. It should be communicated with the dedicated time or as per the schedule. And simplicity means the use of language which is easy to understand. Now, next topic is the important skills in communication, the basic important skills in communication. So when we talk about the basic important skills in communication, now what are these communications about? So this communication skills are basically listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So when we talk about listening as the skills, okay, it is one of the skill which facilitate other skills. It makes meaning out of the spoken language. It receives sounds of language and interprets the message. Many times we say that in order to become an effective communicator, you have to be an effective listener. So listening is one of the important out of rest of the skill. All the skills are important, but it is one of the basic skills which has to be, which is required in order to facilitate other skills. Speaking, awareness of grammatical language, grammar, language, cultural feature, what, when, how to speak with correct pronunciation. Very, very important. In formal communication, this all plays a very important role. So you should know when it comes to speaking, it doesn't mean that you have to just go on. You should be aware of the grammar. You should be aware of the language. You should be aware that when, what, and how you need to speak with a correct pronunciation. Reading, so it is basically a gateway of knowledge. It helps you to enhance your knowledge. It helps you to look at the printed symbols, translating them into the appropriate sounds. components. So yes, unless and until you do not make your reading strong, so reading and listening, I mean, every fact, every component is correlated, every skill is correlated. So yes, but definitely every skill has its own speciality. So reading helps you to gain, or it gives you a n number of knowledge. Writing, it helps you to develop your linguistic ability in order to present your language, including the word selection, that is the vocabulary, the grammar, and the content. Now, the next topic is types of communication. Now here in this particular topic, the just last 2-3 years, the questions are coming in different varieties. So it is not basically that they're just going to ask you what are the types of communication. I'll just tell you how the types of communications, can be in the form of question. So basically, verbal communication, which is face to face, over the telephone, over the Skype, the video conferencing, you can tell. Chatting with friends and families is a part of your verbal communication. When we talk about non-verbal communication, so non-verbal communication is eye contact, body language, gestures, facial expressions, your voice of tone, your posture, your gestures is the one which gets included as in what? As the non-verbal communication. When we talk about written communication, it is in the form of email, or it is in the form of I mean to say report, bulletins, letters, manual telegrams, written communication. Okay, so all those are a part of what? Written communication. Now, when we talk about listening, yes, active listening is the key. As I said just now, we have studied the one of the skill. So active listening is nothing but a key to the rest of the skills. Okay, so yes, it is one of the important skills, and it facilitates the rest of the skill. Visual communication, the image, infographics, video, visual presentation. So this is also the part of what? This is also the part of, a part of your visual communication. So verbal communication consists 35%. The weightage, if you talk about, verbal communication has 35% of the weightage, whereas non-verbal communication consists as 65% of the weightage. So you can go with this Albert Merbin's rule, that is 73855. This can also be a part of your match the following or a question. So 77% of spoken words, 38% of voice and tone, but 55% of impact is with the help of body language. So which is that highest, type of communication which can create an impact as your non-verbal communication? Then yes, so verbal communication, again, a quick different topics, that is your voice, your quality, tone, volume, pitch, your speed, rate of delivery, pronunciation, these all are the important components of verbal communication. When it comes to non-verbal communication, we have studied. Now, apart from that, non-verbal communication has a basic different terminology, and the questions were seen on this terminology. So like body gestures or postures are called as kinesis. Eye contact or your blink rate is called as oculus. Touch elements are called as haptis. The personal space is called as proximes. The paralanguage and voice is called as vocalis. Time element will be called as chromics. Physical environment and personal appearance. Now, these words, many times they have given you, they like, for example, what is this time element or the personal space element or the time element called as, or maybe you may get it in the form of match the following. So these things were seen very frequently in this 2-3 years papers. So you should be able to understand them very, very carefully. You can just pause the video for a minute and just try it, to recall it without seeing on the screen, but it should be very clear. This should be in one of your handy notes when you are, last moment of vision when you are doing during the time of examination. So same thing, I have once again repeated. Chromics is time, proximes is space, oculus is eye contact, olfactus is smell, haptis is touch, kinesis is body language, chromatics is color, silence, and vocalist is voice. So you have to just be careful because these things are seen bit frequently in the question papers. Coming to next is levels of communication, where is again there is a definite question. Students many a times get confused. Why? Because this type of questions are sometimes seen in the form of examples. So you have to be very careful in order to read the examples and answer it in a careful way. Intrapersonal communication, inter, group, public, mass. So intra it means which happens between within the person himself, with oneself. Okay, so either to to take a decision, to introspect, to analyze the situation, to make oneself comfortable, to motivate. Now, like for example, sometimes you must have observed this when you're alone. A lot of thought process goes on, so you're talking to your own self. So that is called as what? Interpersonal communication. It doesn't mean that you have to open your mouth and speak. The thought process which goes on in your mind is also a part of your interpersonal communication because your mind speaks and you're listening. Okay, you're speaking as well as listening, but it is the only you who's doing this process. So it is called as intrapersonal. The next is interpersonal communication, which happens between two people, which can be planned and unplanned. It depends upon the understanding between the parties. Now here you have certain types. There was one question seen in one of the examination. So I've just added this point, that is expert power, referent power, information power, legitimate power. This is repeated: information power and coercive power. Now let's see what these powers are. So when I say legitimate power, it means what is your role? What role do you play? When I say reward power, it means what type of reward people get. Coercive power, it means a type of punishment which the people get. Resource power, it means the resources which the people are in need of. Referent power, it means the people are associated with you in the form of, like, you can say, association, a link. Expert power, which what you can teach, what you can do and teach others. Information, it means a source, what you know. And connection power, it means who do you know. So this is like a network. So this can come as a part of interpersonal communication, because there was a question on this topic, so I thought I'll just add this in the lecture. Now, group communication, that happens between more than two members. It can be formal and informal, which is used to discuss, or there can be an outcome out of it. Public communication, which happens at a mass level. Okay, again, which can be a formal and informal. And mass communication, it is the huge form of communication where you address a large number of audience, and there is no personal connect, with the help of internet, radio, magazines, newspaper, pamphlets, brochures, or television. Now, there were certain doubts, which the students normally face. So I've just listed some points with respect to some part of communication. So when I say about group communication, it is a mode of communication in an organization which is between employers and employees. It can be further looked, from the point of marketing perspective, in order to target a particular group of customers or the people, or to make the product rich. When I say organizational communication, it means to send the messages, or to receive the messages with an intention of common goal, which happens in an organization, the way I said for marketing. So it is highly contextual. It is culturally dependent. It can be face-to-face, written, mediated channel. So organizational communication, please keep in mind that it's a part of the group communication is a part of organizational communication, which happens with an objective in an organization. Same time, corporate communication is, it's a management function or a department function, like a marketing, finance, HR, which again disseminates the information. It helps to develop the strategy development of, the organization within specific purpose. So group communication or corporate communication, they are having specific role with respect to organization objective. So just you have to read it very carefully when the question has been asked. Next. Now, yes, there was the following ones with this levels. So there are basically 4 levels, and what these levels are called as, let's quickly revise. So level A, B, C, D. So A is basically semantic noise, due to which the message can be distorted. It means there can be an unclarity about the message. Level B is the source noise, which can result into, lip sync, stammering. Level C, these are the barriers you can say, okay? Level C is the channel noise, which can be due to poor quality of cable, network, or broadcast media. And level D is psychological noise, which can be in the form of preconceived notions communicators bring to I mean to say to the conservation. So what you already think about or you must have thought about. So this preconceived notions, can be a part of barrier. So A is semantic noise. Now they may give you them as the following. So on one set you have level A, level B, level C, level D. On another set you may have what they are related to. So you should be very clear. Level A is semantic, level B is source, level C is channel, and level D is psychological noise. Now, coming to one term, that is connotation and denotation. What does it refers to? Now, when I say connotation, it refers to the personal and cultural meaning in addition to the dictionary meaning. So dictionary meaning is nothing but it is called as what? It is called as a denotion. Okay. Denotation. So denotation is nothing but the primary or the dictionary meaning. Connotation refers to your meaning apart from the primary and as well as what? As well as the dictionary meaning. So connotation can be positive or negative, the way you take it. Denotation is not just classified, it's a meaning, it's a clear definition. Now, when we talk about connotation, it can change according to the culture and experiences, whereas denotation, it remains the same regardless of culture and experiences. Now, there are some examples which I have taken, like for example, word monkey. So if I talk about in the connotative term, so stop monkeying around, it means it refers to messing up. But denotative is it's a monkey, which is the basic meanings, okay, the basic or primary meaning. If I take the word blue, so connotative, if I'm feeling very blue today, so it means a feeling, a sad, means a cultural or a personal meaning. But if I use the word blue as a denotative, it talks about what? It talks about the color. Okay, now there are certain terms which can be, a part of a direct question. So let's see those terms. Empathy is nothing but the ability to understand and share feelings. Now, this question can be in the form of your teaching aptitude. They can, how the teacher should communicate with the students, in what form. So it should be in empathetic way, because teacher should understand as well as able to create a bond and feeling with the sharing a bond and, a comfort bond with the students so that the students speak up. Sympathy, it means PT, which the teacher should never go for. Apathy is nothing but lack of interest or enthusiasm or concern. And antipathy, it means a deep-seated feeling of aversion, like dislike. So teacher never goes for any of them except empathy. Teacher need to have an empathetic communication with the students in the classroom. Then there is a term called as discourse. Now, discourse refers to the language that teachers and students use to communicate in the class. Talking or conversation is a medium through which most teaching takes place. So the study of classroom discourse is the study of the progress of face-to-face classroom teaching. So what exactly happens, so what discussion or conservation, so that is nothing but it is called as what? A discourse. That is a language which is used by the teachers and students in order to communicate in the class, which has to be productive. Paralanguage. Now, see, there are no this terms which I'm taking with individual slides. They are not there. They were not there in your syllabus, but oftenly the questions were seen on this. So I've just added in the theory so that you remember or you recall it. So when I talk about paralanguage, it is nothing but study of non-verbal cues of the voice, various properties such as the tone, the pitch, the accent, the pattern, that is, the rhythm. It's called as prosody. It's a collective form of non-verbal cues, and paralanguage definitely may change the meaning of the words if it is not clearly understood or interpreted. Yes. Now, again, in types of communication, earlier we studied interpersonal, intrapersonal, group, public, okay, mass communication. But apart from this, since 2019, there is a question, on horizontal, vertical, and diagonal communication with the help of examples. Like, for example, in horizontal communication, teachers of one department and teachers of other department. So the same, they are the teachers. So they are, on the parallel same line. So they are called, it is, when they communicate, it will be called as horizontal. If the boss communicate with the team members, or if the team members communicate with the boss, that will be a part of what? That will be a part of your vertical communication, that is upwards to upwards or downwards. Diagonal communication. Now, if I'm talking about one department to another department, okay, or from one branch to another branch, it can be any position. You see, the position will be same, it will be horizontal, but irrespective of the position, or whatever it is, so it will be called as what? The diagonal communication. So these type of questions are seen only with the help of examples. So you should first understand the example and then attempt the question. Yes. Now there is a concept called a zone of proximal development. Now, what is this? Which was brought up by Vygotsky. This is the student. Okay, this is the part. I mean to say, the student who is already aware or already knows. Okay, or some part or some content, some area which has been shaded. Some part is not known by the students. Okay, so what can be known with the assistance of the teacher will be called as what? The zone of proximal development. So it is a key construct theory of learning, which defines the space between what a learner can do without the assistance and what a learner can do with the guidance or in collaboration with capable peers. So, like, for example, not only with teachers, but also with the peers, that is the classmates. So that zone is nothing but it is called as zone of proximal development. That is, it's a process of learning. Now, yes, you have a very a different sorry, you have a specific topic that is called as barriers. So we have done some part, but the remaining part we'll just quickly see to it. So physical, that is environmental barriers, which can be caused by time, space, place, space, climate, noise, choice of medium. We have to study the terms also. Okay. Barriers which can be caused by wrong choice of medium, where the medium is selected wrong. Like, for example, take an example that if I am communicating with you in some other language, okay, the medium language is one of the medium, but if I select a wrong language in order to communicate with you people, so definitely that this can obstruct the message, understanding of message, and it can become a barrier. Semantic barrier, which are caused by connotative words. We have just done the meaning of connotative words. Cultural barriers, which are caused by the diversity of culture. Attitudinal barriers, which are caused by the moods, attitudes, and relationship. And barriers which can vary by perception, that is level of understanding and comprehension. So again, in barriers of communication, there are different types of questions you get. Sometimes they can give you direct questions. Sometimes they definitely want you to go for such questions, which should identify the types of barriers. Okay. Now, apart from this, there are some psychological and emotional barriers also, like premature evaluation, distrust, emotions, poor attention, loss by transmission. So the possible outcome of the message before it is transmitted, I mean to say, premature evaluation, premature. So before it is transmitted, you try to evaluate it. Distrust, no, I mean to say, the trust factor, the emotion, the retention, or loss by transmission. This also can, if you come across this, okay, and because of which the message is distorted, such type of barriers are called as what? Emotional barriers. Okay. Now, coming to one of the important part, that is synchronous and asynchronous mode. Synchronous is the one which happens same time, that is live. Okay. Which can be in the form of chats, videos, polls, which we take the insights. Asynchronous, it is self-paced, it does not happen at the same time. Okay. You need to maybe you're seeing the recorded lectures in the form of filling up a worksheet. So yes, this is also, there are many questions seen nowadays based on this topic, that is synchronous and asynchronous. Some initially they were giving some direct questions. Nowadays they've again started with examples, so you should be aware of this. Okay, now these are the important terms which are seen in some, which were seen in some papers. That is, surveillance is nothing but monitoring, processing, retaining the information. That is one of the important feature of mass communication. That is, to surveillance. Surveillance, it means to keep a watch. And semiotics, it is nothing but a branch of language which studies the signs uh, in order to interpret them. So it is study of how meanings are assigned to the signs, that is sign language. It deals with both the connotative as well as denotative words. Okay, now yes, with reference to communication, there are important topics like vast channel, which is of a consortium of educational communication. That is the one which looks after the undergraduate courses, which we have done this. Okay, under the University of Grant Commission, and Gyan Darshan of Doordarshan are some of the efforts. Gyan Vani is one of the educational radio channel of IGNU. Okay, so Gyan Dhara, it is their counseling session. So in one of the lecture we have done about Gyan Dhara also. So Gyan Darshan, Gyan Vani, as well as Gyan Dhara. Now, this vast higher education channel is dedicated for the students who study in their degree courses in universities and colleges. It is telecasted by Consortium of Education UGC on Swayam Prabha, that is direct to home channels, through DD Free Dish, that is was launched on 26th of Jan 2004. Gyan Vani, as I said, it's an FM channel which is stationed in several cities of India, which was launched in the year 2000, along with Gyan Dhara, that is an counseling session, okay, interactive counseling session. Now, Eklavya Technology Channel, which is again a distant learning joint initiative between IIT and IGNU, which was inaugurated in 26th of Jan 2003. The objective of this initiative is to bring the audiences to the actual IIT classrooms virtually at their doorstep. So this was one of the technological channel, which was a great initiative by IITs and IGNU. Now, apart from this, there are certain initiatives of some of the major educational television projects. So we will just quickly have a look at this. Okay, as I said that the topic is a bit small, but the content, you are expected to get the content from any point. So you should be very, very careful that what you're reading and what you are answering. Okay, now you have done today, I mean to say, this is a morning time, you have watched the video. So it is important that you can see a Maha Marathon, or the crash course MCQs through of the same topic. So it becomes little bit, the confidence gets boosted up, and you can definitely do well. So let's see what is the first project. That is the secondary school television project, which was started in the year 1961. So the project was basically designed for the secondary school students of Delhi with an aim of, improving the standard of teaching with respect to the shortage of laboratories. So the space equipment and the dearth of qualified teachers in Delhi, this project with the space equipment and the death of qualified teacher, this project of Delhi was actually started on experimental basis in the year 1961. Hindi, English was, for teaching basically chemistry, physics, chemistry, English, Hindi for the class students of 11. The lectures were syllabus based and were telecasted in school hours as a part and parcel of the school activity. So the television, according to one of the great person, that is Mr. Paul, television schools did somewhat better in the test and then the non-television school. So this was one of the initiative, but it really worked out well. And this project was basically in order to give such type of knowledge to the school students. The next project was Delhi Agriculture Television, that is DATV project, and Krishi Darshan, which started in the year 1966. It was initiated on 26th of Jan 1966 for communicating agricultural information to the farmers, which was again on experimental basis as per the 80 selected villages and the Union Territory. And basically it was, the experiment which was very successful, and there was a substantial gain with respect to the agriculture practices. Okay, so this particular project also went well. Then we had satellite instruction television experiment. The site question comes somewhat out for you people, which started in the year 1975. So this was also one of the largest techno-social experiment again, which was done with respect to primary school going children's, wherein the number of villages were majority in number, that is 2,330 villages from the 6 states were selected, and this was commenced on 1975 with the help of 6 states, that is Rajasthan, Karnataka, Orissa, Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh. So the main objective here was, processing of existing rural communication, and the role of television played an important as a medium of education. And definitely this type of initiative really brought, importance of education in rural areas to a lot. So site is basically, promoted that rural education. Then not only this, it also had educational programs with respect to agriculture and the related subjects like health, family planning, social education. The school programs of 22 and a half minutes, that is 22 and a half minute duration, were telecasted in Hindi and Hindi, Kannada, Oriya, Telugu language for on the school days for rural primary children, that is from the age group of 5 to 12 years. So site experiment should site should be that was a new technology experiment, which again made, again created a good impact outcome in the rural education. Next was post site project, that is the after effect, like which was in the year 1977. Basically this was done with the villages of Rajasthan, okay, which was initiated in 1977 with an objective that to familiarize the rural to familiarize the rural improved and scientific knowledge about farming with respect to the fertilizers and maintenance, okay, and bringing out national and emotional integration, and to make the rural children aware the importance of education and healthy environment. So this also played an important role. Then came INSAT, that is in the year 1982, which was with an aim of making rural masses aware of the latest development with respect to the productivity, health, and hygiene. So it was basically, again, the target group was the villagers and the school-going children. As a part of INSAT education, the inauguration was done with respect to the transmission, that is from Orissa and Andhra Pradesh. So see, this particular points were not that important, but yes, we are reading it. So let's quickly have in revision for that. The stations were, the stations bills were Bihar, with the state of namely Bihar, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, which covered INSAT service using INSAT IB. Okay, in each state there were a cluster of 3 to 4 districts which were selected on the basis of backwardness. So these points that are not important, but you just remember the main initiative of INSAT, that was, with respect to agriculture, productivity, health, and hygiene. The next was UGC Higher Television Project, that is HETV, that is television project, higher education television. So the university students were the beneficiaries out of this project. Especially, it started with the educational television project, popularly known as Countrywide Classroom, which started in the year 1984 with an aim to, enrich the quality of education. The program was for 1 hour in English on a variety of the subjects for undergraduates, educated as well as the teachers, educated people as well as teachers. The Inter-University Consortium for Education Commission, along with a chain of 20 audio-visual mass communication, that is the Inter-University, basically the focus is research center, which was set at UGC. to ascertain the quality of programming for this particular projects. IGNOU, now we have done about IGNOU, that is with respect to Gyan Darshan, Gyan Vani, and Gyan Dhara. So it was basically designed for distance learner. That is, it is talking about Doordarshan, that is the initiative by the IGNOU. So they telecasted the programs on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 6:30 to 7. Through the national network of Doordarshan, specifically, to telecounsel the students of open universities in the remote area. So this was the specification. Okay, then came Gyan Darshan, that is a television channel which was launched on 26th of Jan 2000. So basically it was, the IGNOU was a nodal agency. It is a 2-hour daily transmission channel for the students. The duration, was increased to 9 hours a day. The response was, definitely, as I said, it was launched with an educational television channel. So the response was very good. Okay. And the transmission now from 2 hours, the transmission of 12 hours for the curriculum based and enrichment of programs was lined up. Okay. So this was basically about the television programs which were there in India. Now, there are different models, but a very frequent questions in your examination is with basic to this transactional model as well as the interactive model. Students had a lot of doubt. So I've just taken up this point. So let's see what is this transactional model. So the transactional model of communication is the one which describes communication as a process, transaction. So, give and take. So as a process which generates, social realities with social relation and the context, cultural context. The examples of transactional model can be a face-to-face meeting, a telephone call, a Skype call, a chat session, or it can be in the form of an interactive training in order to, share ideas and comments. It is transaction model is also called as the circular model. Okay. So transaction, just keep in mind, it is a give and take relationship in the communication. When I'm talking about interactive model, it is basically within generation of exchange of ideas, messages, information, physically or within physical and psychological context. So the communication process can take place either between human beings or the machines. So social media, interactive marketing, ATMs, online shopping, chat rooms are the examples of interactive model, which when you interact. So it can be in the form of human beings or it can be in the form of machines. So that's what was all for this communication unit. Okay, we are trying our level best. See, if all those students who have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe it. As I said, this last 6 days are very crucial for you. Every day we are coming up with regular videos. One is a complete unit revision video, one is on current affairs, one is on the specific topic, one is on specific 2-3 videos or specific topics. So after every 2-3 hours some of the videos are uploaded so that you can learn a lot. And now last moment you don't have to get panic and turn on this and that books and all those things. So you can just watch the videos. If you have taken the PDF, you can take. If you want a complete revision PDF for paper 1, that is also available with 2000 plus MCQs in the form of PDF itself, expected questions, current years as current affairs and previous year questions. So if you want to get the access for the same, the WhatsApp number is given. 499 is the cost for it. And at the same time, to ensure that you're preparing well, every day one video with a complete revision will be uploaded. So you just sometimes you get a little bit blank, you get a little bit worried, tense. So just watch this video. Many of the concepts will be cleared and you will be able to relax and go. First, let's quickly have a glance at the syllabus. So in this information and communication technology, they will they will collaborate the questions either in the form of classroom, either in the form of communication, but in that they will definitely put a topic of ICT. So you should be able to ICT is in your research also. It is it's a part of your communication also. So you should be able to understand the question and read the question correctly and then answer it. So yes, now the topic starts with your general abbreviation and terminology, which I have added in the video so that you can just take a pause and quickly revise those terminology. basics about the internet, intranet, email, video, audio and video conferencing, certain digital initiatives which I have listed down, ICT and governance topic. So let's start with the first topic is types of network. In between, I have added the terminology part. Now, these terminologies, you'll be able to just pause the video and you can see that particular terminologies, or you can revise, or you can take the important notes. So first, let's start with the type of network. Now, the types of networks which are available are LAN, MAN, WAN. Apart from this, there are many, but let's go one by one. So when I talk about LAN, it's nothing but a local area network. The network in which a computer, that is a computer network, which operates in a very small area. That is, it connects the computers to a small geographical area in the form of the offices or the companies or the schools or the any other organization. So it is like the you can say it is for a specific area. Either it is called as the home network, the office network, the school network, or the institutional network. So that type of network is called as what? The local area network. Now, when we talk about metropolitan area network, so it is basically that is called as MAN, is a high speed network that covers a large amount of geographical area in the form of what? In the form of your like, for example, it is in the form of your metro city or a town. So it is set by connecting the local area networks using routers and local telephone exchange lines. Now, here we can take an example of a cable network, TV network. We can take an example of telephone services that provides high-speed DS lines. And then we have fire stations connected to the city. We have branches of schools which are connected to the city. So such type of network where it is used, okay, it will be called as what? It will be called as your MAN, okay. Now here you please remember that your, I mean to say, short forms also can, acronyms also can come, or your long forms also can come, as the following also can come. So you should be able to read it from all the point and answer the question. Now here there was a specific acronym that is called as DSL. So it is nothing but a digital subscriber line. Now what is it? It is basically a subscriber loop. So it is a family, you can say the families of technology, which has helped, you know, in transmission. So yes, that is all about metropolitan area network. Now let's go to wide area network, that is called as WAN, which extends to a very large geographical area. It is not only confined to the offices or the town, but it is definitely, it is set up by telephone lines, fiber optic, as well as satellite links. So it is mostly used by the big organizations or the multinational organizations with respect to their, you know, to communicate with the branches of the customers across the world. Since I'm talking about WAN, so wide. Metro, that is MAN. The initial which we studied was local. So local, metro, and well as WAN. Sorry. So now this is, although it is structurally similar to MAN, but it is different from MAN with their respect to range. So MAN can cover at the most 50 kilometers, whereas WAN can cover larger than 15 kilometers, okay, or it can reach to 1,000 kilometers also or more. Now, local area network, as I said, I have just given a diagrammatic representation over here. Then we have done as WAN, we have done LAN, WAN, MAN, CAN, that is campus area network. So now let's see what is this details about. So here basically, when we talk about this, I've just added all the extra local area network we did, WAN we did. So all extra parts I have added, so that in case if you get time, you can just read it out. Any form of question is expected. Okay, diagrammatic representation also I have showed you. So like, for example, when you talk about MAN, so the office building, a university campus, a government building, a residential area. Okay, so these are sorry, questions which are expected from anywhere. So you should be able to read it very thoroughly or listen to it very carefully. And now as we said, we talked about CAN, that is campus area network. That is a school getting connected to the library or getting connected to the hostel. So this here you can see which type of network, that is campus area network. Apart from this, we also have something called as SAN, that is called as the storage area network, which is specialized high speed network. Okay, it provides Block level network access to storage. They are typically composed of host, switches, storage elements, and devices which are interconnected with the help of variety of technologies and protocols. Now, yes, value-added network, we have to also ban value-added network, also the concept which you have, it's a private hosted service that provides company with security way. So it is like a security way to share and send and share the data with the counterpart party. So it is like, it stands as in security. So it is also called as the turnkey communication to facilitate the electronic data interchange or to provide the network services. So it is nothing but, the connected intelligence which provides a reliable and view of devices the consumers own, how consumers use them, and how and when and where these devices are connected. So it is like a monitoring part. So that takes care with the help of what? Value-added network. Now, next, this is just again a diagrammatic representation. Again, here you can take an halt for 2 minutes of your video. You can see the whole full forms I have written, how it stands with personal area network, going to the local area network, then coming to metropolitan, and then coming to wide area network. So here what is interested to you is the range, okay? Starting with PAN 100 meters to, 10 to 100. LAN is its meters. LAN, it is up to 5 kilometer. MAN, as we discussed, 5 kilometer to 15, and WAN, which can again go to 1000 kilometers. So this is very, very important. Application is device to device or person to person. LAN, it is enterprise, the organization. MAN, it is, replacement for the miles access. Mobile phones and cellular data with the help of WAN. Okay, so this talks about what? This talks about the networks, and you have a detailed information about network. Okay, now we have basics of internet in the form of intra, extra, and internet. So when we talk about intranet, so it is an intranet creates the connections inside the organization. When we talk about extranet, it creates the connection beyond connections outside or beyond an organization. And when we talk about internet, it creates the connection between the computers and the world. So intra, inside, extra, outside, internet, that is connection throughout the world. So just keep this in mind. This can, get any form of question. Again, yes, little bit of assess. I'm just sorry that this image format is. So in case if it is not clear bit, I will read it out for you. So don't worry for it. So internet, the network, this is a network that is accessible to a person who knows the IP address. It is a global communication access through the web and the literacy worldwide. That is World Wide Web. Intranet, if I'm talking that it is at the wider part. Okay. Intranet, it is a network which is not available to the outside world. It is only within. We have just saw now, like for example, a Wi-Fi been set, but it has been protected with a password. Extranet, it is actually an internet that is partially accessible to the authorized outsider. Okay, it is the shared content accessed by groups through which they cross the enterprise boundaries. So first comes as your intra, then followed by extra, and then the internet. Next, we have as computer input and output devices. There are a lot of questions on this, sort out with our input and output devices. Now, please remember one thing very well when you're doing this particular topic. Some students are scared of ICT because they are not from this background. So just remember one thing. In UGC NTA net examination, out of the 5 questions, no doubt, I'm not talking about all the 5 questions. Obviously, 2 questions will be definitely at difficult level. Okay, the difficulty level will be very high, but 3 questions will be very easy. It only needs that you need to read it very concentrately. Those 3, because see, everyone is not from an IT background, so it is very difficult, even that is understood by them. But it doesn't mean that the simple questions will be given and you can just, anyone can come and crack it. No, it's not possible. The questions will be simple, but definitely they will be twisted with a different form of sentences. So you should be very clear on what you're reading and how you are putting up your answers for the given question. So when I talk about computer devices, which are divided into 2, that is input and output. So which are the following input devices? Because as in question, they will merge up and give you the devices, and you are supposed to write or you are supposed to sort out. Okay, so input devices, when we talk about, it is mouse, it is keyboard, it is webcam, touch screen, it is called joystick, or it is, you can call it as microphones, or you can call it as optical pen. So it is like an mouse. Okay, optical pen is nothing but you can also call it as wireless mouse. Okay, now when we talk about output devices, it is in the form of monitor, speaker, printer, projector, headset, and the plotter. So this particular reason to get this slide was, you know, the differentiation between, because they can definitely put a question to you, and these questions are seen many a times in an examination. They merge up and they'll tell you to sort it out. Okay, now next is, yes, a very compulsory question on, you know, the memory part. So it talks with it starts with bits. 8 bits into is equal to 1 byte. 1024 bytes is equal to 1 kilobyte. 1024 kilobyte is equal to 1 megabyte. 1024 megabytes is equal to 1 gigabyte. Now here, basically, what there are 2-3 type of questions. First of all, they will tell you to arrange the given options in the form of ascending and descending order. Sometimes they give you in the form of, you know, recognition with the help of 1024 gigabytes is what type of terabyte. So you need to go it other way around also, but you should know the sequence also. So lowest starts from nibble, that is 4 bits is a nibble. So then we have bits, bytes, kilobytes, megabytes, gigabytes, terabyte, petabyte. Till now we used to get the question on terabytes, but now it is even exa, zeta, iota, and brontobytes are, you know, are a part of your question. So you should ideally geobyte you have to do till here, because any form of question will be coming. So each one or a zero is in a binary number is called as a bit. So these 4 bits form a nibble, and 8 bits makes a particular byte. And then accordingly the flow goes on. I have told you what type of questions are expected and how you're supposed to prepare. Again, this will not, right now you're listening to my video, you know it very well, maybe you have done it very well, so it's well and good. But again, this has to be done at the time just before the revision of an examination. See, we completely understand to revise everything is not possible. I'm talking about the examination day, but you have to be very smart on what points to be revised. So in ICT, this is the one particular point which you are supposed to revise certain, that is because this question comes a very factual question. So if you say that 1024 terabyte is equal to 1 exabyte, is definitely going to be a wrong. No one can help you out. So you last minute revision, this should be a part of your compulsory last minute revision. Okay, then coming to the binary system, I mean to say a binary system which has a base of 2, that is 0 and 1. When we talk about decimal, it has a base of 10, that is, you know, starting from the number 0 ending up to 9. When we talk about hexadecimal, that is 16, base as 16. So it includes the numbers from 0 to 9, and it includes alphabet A, B, C, D, E, F. Now, yes, you may have a question that, ma'am, does this type of question comes? Yes, it comes, and it has been seen in the university papers in the form of match the following, or, you know, individual questions. You should be able to identify binary basis 2, decimal basis 10, hexa the basis 16, and octa the basis 8. So you should be able to know it and what comes under them. That is, if I talk about octa, so it is from 0 to the digit 0 to 7. Then we have, yes, now as I said, I have some terminologies for you. So I meant to say, I have just systematically ensured that it is all, you know, there in one slide. So you can again take a minute for this. You can pause the video and or if you feel at the end, you can stop the video at this particular point and ensure that, you know, you come back to this and just quickly revise certain, you know, terminologies, or every day 5, even if you can finish it off for 5 to 10, it will be good. So it will be a revision. Now, yes, there is in 2019 and 20, there is a question seen on data and information, which was in one of the old syllabus. So let's quickly have a look also at them. So what is data? Data is nothing but the character, the number, the image, the word, the text, which means little or nothing to a man when the data is processed. So you can say it is raw. So when it is, when it is organized, it is presented, the raw data gets converted into information. So the something which is raw is called as data. Something which is, it is a finished product is called as the information. When I say finished product, it means the final outcome. Data alone, cannot be significant at all. But yes, information is always important by itself. Data alone can't be having that amount of importance. Data is based on records and observation, whereas information is based on the analysis of the data. Data is organized and does not depends on information, whereas, data is unorganized and does not depends on any type of information, whereas information is completely organized and always has to depend on data. Okay, so please remember, when you're reading it, okay, sometimes you just scan it, but you have to ensure that at least one part of the thing you remember very well, so that other does not, you do not have to take effort. So when I say data is raw, it means it's understood, it is not important, it is not organized, or it is just based on certain things that is in the form of record and observation. But if I say information is, is a final product or a finished product or an outcome, so it is understood that it is definitely, it has been planned very well, it has been organized, it has been, analysis is done, or it is by itself important. Now, when we talk about memory, yes, there are two types of memory, that is primary and secondary memory. Under primary, we have RAM and ROM. Then we have hard disks, floppy, CD-ROMs, DVDs. So let's quickly have the details about it. So yes, and now apart from this, there is a virtual memory, or it is also called as virtual storage, is a memory which is a memory management technique that proves idealized abstraction of the storage resources that is actually available on a given machine. So which creates a form of, illusion to users for a very large memory. Like for example, when you talk about computer memory, virtual address, translation in the form of physical address, okay, cache memory, that is with the help of a smallest and fast, secondary memory, which is largest and slow. So your cache memory is the one which is very small, but it is very fast. Secondary memory is the one which is large, but it is very slow. Virtual memory is nothing but the main memory, which is, which is a part, which is also called as a virtual storage, as a memory management technique of the given machine. Now, again, a very important distinguish, people again get confused with RAM and ROM. So let's quickly have a look at this also. So when we called RAM, it is nothing but the read write memory, okay, or random access memory we called, and it is ROM is also called as read only memory. So in RAM, less data is stored in when the power is turned off, okay, whereas in ROM, the data inside it retains even if the power of the CPU is, switched off, okay, turn off. So when the less data gets stored, so you have a chances of data getting loose in RAM, whereas it is, not possible in ROM. RAM is costlier, whereas ROM is cheaper as compared to RAM. RAM holds a large amount of data compared to ROM, so the memory power you can say, whereas ROM has can store only a small amount of data. It is faster, that is, I'm talking about RAM, whereas ROM is comparatively slow. RAM data can be modified easily, whereas ROM, the data can be hardly, or never it can be modified. Then coming to, yes, a part of, static RAM and dynamic RAM. So there is SRAM and DRAM. So types you have under it. So let's have, because sometimes one or two questions are also seen. Let's see. Now, SRAM uses transistor to store a single bit of data, whereas dynamic RAM uses a separate capacitor to store the data. SRAM does not need periodic refreshment to, to maintain the data, whereas dynamic RAM needs a periodic refreshment to maintain the data, to maintain the charge in the capacitor of the data. So SRAM structure is complex, okay, whereas DRAM structure is simple as compared to SRAM. So if one is complex, other is bound to be simple. Static RAM is expensive whereas dynamic RAM is less expensive when compared to each other. Okay, so please remember when when they are compared, so one if it is costlier, the other is cheaper as compared to the earlier one. So it is not the meaning that it is very cheap. It's not like that to the comparison. Then we have static RAM is faster. As I said, it is expensive and faster, whereas the dynamic RAM is slower as well as it is, less expensive. So static RAM is used in cache memory, which is, which is, I mean to say, which is faster. We have learned now only. And dynamic RAM is the one which is used in the main memory, which is slow. So you can convert them, or you can keep them in that way also in mind, which will help you to get it recalled. Then, yes, we talk about data storage capacity in the form of secondary memory. So let's see the increase in the storage capacity. It starts with floppy disk, that is 1.4 MB. Now, why I'm reading this, because in certain questions, the MB, I mean to say the measurement, what is the capacity was also been the question asked. Okay. So first we have a floppy, that is 1.4, CD-ROM is 700 MB. DVD is 4.7 GB, that is gigabytes. Blu-ray is 25 to 128 gigabytes, whereas hard disks is in terabytes, and magnetic tapes are in the form of, 1 up to 185 terabytes. Okay, so hard drive, has the increased capacity. So the data storage devices are very different. They have different capacities, and they have the capacity to store large number of datas also. Coming to, yes, there is a process in your ICT. It talks about virtual learning. So basically, what is this virtual learning environment, which can be mixed up with your teaching aptitude, and they can make a question out of it. So we should understand what is virtual learning. It is an educational technology which is web-based. That is a form of digital aspect for the course, in order to study the particular course within the educational institution. So they present resources, activities, interaction within a course structure, and provide, them for a different stage of assessment. Like, for example, distance learning degree program, professional certification, or you also called as instructional videos, video or, audio lectures, books, articles, or other writings, and in the form of webinars. So this can be happened. So learning happens in the form of what? In the form of virtual learning, that is in the form of digital space. Then we have next is, yes, now here I have touched some of the latest, things with respect to ICT. So let's see now. It talks, the first slide, that is the first topic, is about the 8 supercomputers which are used by Indian educational institutions for research under what? Under the National Supercomputing Mission of Government of India. So which are they? And let's see who with whom they are possessed by. So color boson, that is Cray XC30, which has been possessed by Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai. HPC, that is IIT Delhi, has a supercomputer in their campus called as HPC. Paramishan is a product of Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. Kanchenjunga is the NIT Sikkim campus, belong to NIT Sikkim campus. Param Shivai is IIT, that is Varanasi. It is by Varanasi. By IIT Varanasi. Param Yuva 2, the Center of Development, that is CDAC, for advanced computing. Okay. Sashastra, that is Cray XC40, is again, I mean to say, a supercomputer education and research center, which is nothing but a facility at Indian Institute of Science. And the last one is Virgo, that is which has been held by IIT Madras. Okay, IIT Madras. So when we talk about various universities, so whether it is Param Shiva in the form of Banaras Hindu University, or whether it is Virgo within the form of IIT Madras, but these are the 8 supercomputers which have been used by our Indian educational institutions under the supervision or under National Supercomputing Mission of Government of India. So obviously this is a proud moment for us also, but you should be aware that where, what, and which institutes are using them. Now, Apart from this CDAC, now CDAC we had, so it is nothing but a Center for Development of Advanced Computing, an Indian Autonomous Scientific Society operating under Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. You can get a question, so be careful. ICERT, that is the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team. It's an office within the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology of Government of India, and it is one of the nodal agency as a mediator to deal with the cyber security threats, strengthen the security related defense for the Indian internet domain. So Indian internet domain, anything, any security issues will be sorted out by Indian Computer Emergency Response Team. Then, as I said, we are doing a little bit of latest updates with ICT. So you have those slides for some time now. So one of the private search engine that has been developed in India, this is one of the latest news, which was launched in the year 2021 itself on 26th of Jan. And it is a proud Indian to occupy, for every Indian to occupy its search engine name QMAMU, that is, which is designed by the Indian researcher under Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is self-independent India. Nitish Rajesh Bhai Dhanani, a young man from Ahmedabad, Gujarat, is the one who has launched this private search engine, dated 26 Jan 2021. Then Diksha, yes. Now, as I said, certain few portals with reference to ICT, let's quickly have a look at them. First is Diksha, that is the Digital Infrastructure for Knowledge Sharing. So it is an initiative of National Council for Education, Research and Training, that is NCERT, and Ministry of Education, you can say, or Ministry of Human Resource Development, which was launched in the year 2017. So what is the full form? Who has launched it? And when and who has launched it? Very, very important. It's a platform for school education available for all the states and the central government for grade 1 to 12. The platform can be accessed through a web portal and mobile application. It provides a pool of e-content linked to curriculum. Currently, the platform supports 18 languages and various curriculums across the India. So this information is enough, which you have to keep in mind. Now, next we have is Manodarpan, which was scheduled in July 2021. The Ministry of Human Resource Development has launched this initiative with reference to psychological support to the students with reference to the mental and health and well-being in the challenging time with reference to pandemic. So Manodarpan is actually an initiative under Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, that is a scheme which is launched by Prime Minister Mr. Modi ji. The platform is basically for, providing psychological support, that is, with the help of your psychology, understanding, not only to students, to the students with the help of counseling services, online resource and a helpline. So this is basically a counseling to the students not to get distracted or disturbed. Next one, yes, there are certain new initiatives with the respect to state I have written. So Chhattisgarh has an education at your doorstep initiative, which is basically the state government has released. The platform is called Padhai Tohare Daur. It means education at your doorstep. So it is to tackle the COVID crisis. Okay, the objective of this particular program is to connect the teachers and students without bringing any type of discomfort. So there has to be good education content from the comfort of the houses. Okay, that is comfort from the homes. Kerala, that is Kite initiative by Kerala, has been effectively used to ensure the continuous learning in the form of physical distance and social utility into practice. So that the aim is to foster, promote and implement modernization of educational institutions. Then we have in the state of Madhya Pradesh, there was something which was called as DG LEAP, that is Learning and Enhancement Program, which is basically initiative responding to the current crisis by introducing a series of intervention in the form, with this reference to socio-economic profile of the students studying in the state-run government schools, and
their limited access to the educational resources, especially during lockdown. So this is basically with, from the viewpoint of pandemic, which started since last year, and, and as well as this year. So you may get a question out of it. So in the state of Maharashtra, they have the learning from home package in an ongoing situation, that is of closure of school, with support, with the Department of School Education, with technical support. So it has developed 3 phases of learning, that is continuity plan to ensure continuity in learning for all children from grade 1 to 12. Then next one which we have is, yes, some of the examples where you have the uniform resource locator with its sub labelings, as well as some domains, that is .com refers to commercial. Now this is also was one of the question in one of the previous year, so you should know that what domain is used for what. So when we talk about .com, commercial, .org for non-profit organization, .net, that is for network support group, or then we have .gov, that is government institutions, and .edu, that is specifically educational institutions. So when we look at the resource, uniform resource locator, so this is the hypertext transfer protocol. We have the subdomain, we have the main domain, and we have the top level domain. So this is divided into, four basic divisions. Okay, that is the protocol, the subdomain, the domain, main domain, and the top domain. Next, you have, okay, so here we have a top domain. There are basically recognized with .com, country code top level domain by .in, generic top level domain by .net, second level top level domain by Dreamhouse, and third level is by World Wide Web. So this is that is www.dreamhouse.com. So Dreamhouse, it means it's a name, the name. Okay, so when we talk about third level domain, so this whole address comes. That is what it is about, how the domains play an important role. Then coming to certain new bodies, that is, first is the International Internet Society, American International Non-Profit Organization, which handles internet education and policy development, which was founded in the year 1992. The mission was to promote open development, evaluation, and use of internet for the benefit. Okay, please remember, see, in the year 1992 also it was stated, irrespective of what people use it for, but the main intention was for the development. Now, when we talk about ICANN, that is the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, is the one which is responsible for coordinating the management of technical elements to DNS to ensure universal resolvability, so that all users of the internet can find valid address, that is from which was established from 18th September 1998. Next is the World Wide Web Consortium, that is W3C. It's an international standard organization which was founded in the year 1994, which was currently led by Tim Berners-Lee. The consortium has a number of is made up of member organization with a full-time staff working towards developing the standard of World Wide Web. So this is association basically formed in order to develop the standard of World Wide Web. Next, when we have, yes, there are a few basic questions on this which I have seen. So I've just decided to add that in your revision part, so that, even if in case if you miss an MCQ, it will be easier for you. So now the basic structure of the computer was developed by von Neumann, that is architecture, which is also known as Neumann model, and Princeton architecture. It's a computer architecture based on 1945 description of computer by mathematicians and physicist John Neumann. English mathematician and inventor Charles Babbage is credited with having convinced the first automatic digital computer. Pascal's triangle and probability theory. Okay, that, as I said, there was a question based on this. So you can see, the connectivity is not there, because who was the basic architecture of computer? That was the question. But these were the names. Charles Babbage is English mathematician and inventor. Charles Babbage is credited with automatic first digital computer. Please remember, many students have the basic notion that, a wrong preconceived notion that he's the architecture. Pascal is not related to, architecture. He's also the one who has invented the digital calculator. And Gordon Moore is the one who has, said that the number of transistors would fit in the computer chip would be double every year. So this personalities you should be able to remember. Then next one is yes, we have the topic on the common threats with respect to ICT. So let's quickly have a look at them. That is spam. It's nothing but most of our emails accounts are come with a spank or a junk folder with more than 50% of the mails into the folder, which is nothing but an annoyance. I mean to say, obviously we get annoyed. So spam mails are not a direct threat. However, they may contain a virus. Okay. Adware is a type of malware software that displays unwanted ads when a user is surfing the internet. So the ad often direct you to the search to the advertising website and makes marketing type of data with I mean to say the one who is surfing it, which can be considered as malicious, which is not right. Trojan is nothing but you leave your computer completely unprotected. Which can mean the hackers can steal any data from your system. They are present themselves as in harm. Trojans often present themselves as a harmless computer so that the hackers can easily get into your PCs or the system without you being detected. Virus is called as the vital information resource under siege. Please remember how is this the acronym is named as vital information resource under siege. So it's one of the most talked about internet threats. It is a virus. Viruses usually attack themselves, on convert to downloads as they're designed to spread, at an alarming rate. So they are attached the files for downloads via, CDs, DVDs, USBs, or loaded by the onto the computers by opening an infected mail attachment. So you should be very careful with such threats. And then you have worms, that is, they make their way to the computer with the help of email attachment or USB stick. Once they are into the computer, they get infect the computer completely, which will not only, uh, definitely does not appears to be harmless, but once you're logged in, your system is infected. The next is you call this as phishing. That is, it's a simplest term. Phishing is a form of fraudulent activity. More often than not, official looking emails are, they are sent by some well-known provider or a bank, and these emails acquire the people's password and credit card details. So you have to be very, very careful. Next is a spyware. So when we talk about spyware, so spyware basically is a form of malware. It's a malware. So it is an once you install the same in the computer, you can monitor the keystrokes, or you can read or delete the files. You can format the computer or the hard disks or hard drive, and whoever is controlling the spyware has an access to even the personal details without the person knowing about it. Okay. Now, next is keyloggers. So, similar to the part of spyware, keyloggers record a user keyboard action. Most keyloggers will be looking for, uh, details such as your bank credit card, or, the passwords, or all this very crucial details. So, it is basically it's a theft or robbing with respect to, people's ideas, inventions, and creative expressions. It's a form of, it's linked or identified to intellectual property right. Then next is this farming. It's a complex version of fishing. Okay. Wherein the farmers often create a web pages. So in case if you're directed to the web pages in the form of online banking, the user can get your credential details and there can be a fraud. So rock security software. So this is basically downloading an antivirus or anti-spy program which you have purchased, but the security software often asks you to pay extra for the protection. That is again a huge con. You should be aware of this. The security software is completely useless, and the criminals have robbed your hard-earned money. So it's like that. Okay. Sniffing is the process which all the data packets passing into the network are monitored. So sniffers can be hardware or software installed in the system. Spoofing is the process where an intruder introduces fake traffic and pretends to be someone else. Like, for example, an email which is sent from a sender address that asks the sensitive data. So you should be aware of all these threats, or the form of threats which can definitely, affect your system, including your credential details also. Now, what is an antivirus? So it is nothing but a software. It's a class of program that searches the hard drive and floppy disks for any potential viruses. So antiviruses runs, programs runs in the random access memory of a computer, which can be of basically two different techniques can be used. Examine the files to look whether they have the viruses or not, or identifying the suspicious behavior of any of the program. So most commercial antivirus software uses both these approaches, which emphasizes on the virus dictionary approach. So antivirus is an answer for your virus. So virus and worms, if you want to know the difference, so virus is attached itself to the executable files and transfer from one system to another, whereas worm is nothing but a malicious program that replicates itself and can spread to the computer via network. Yes, in virus, human action is needed, whereas in worms, it's not needed. Speed of spreading is slow, whereas in worms, it is faster. Requirement of a host is needed for spreading, whereas in worms, it is not needed. Removing malware is in the form of antivirus and formatting, whereas, virus tools, removal tool or formatting can be the impact for worms also. Protect the system using antivirus software, or you can use antivirus or firewall. So consequences that your files may get corrupted, and either it will be erased, it consumes the system sources and slows down and can halt the system completely. So that is the difference between virus and worms. Now coming to the next part is, yes, little bit of digital initiatives, a quick look at digital initiatives fastly. So eWith1, as I said, it is nothing but a database of the scientists and researchers of leading institutions, which started in the year 1999. Coming to the next is eAcharya. It's nothing but the e-content portal, which is developed by National Mission for Education through ICT, which provides, or browses all the learning material, including audio, video, textual materials, etc. The portal covers quality learning resources, which started in the year 2006, 30th October 2006, creating digital learning environment for design that is called as eKalpa. Okay, again, and mission by the National Mission in Education through ICT, started in the year 2002. The Ministry of Human Resource Development sponsors eYantra. Okay, basically it is the initiative seeks to provide hands-on learning infrastructure to the engineering students who have limited access to the labs and mentors, which was started in the year 2009. Okay, eYantra, eKalpa, or it was, eWith1 or eAcharya. The next one you have is My Government. This is basically an apps types of system. It is engagement platform which is launched by Government of India in 2014 to promote the participation of the citizens for the development of governance. So it is basically a common platform for the citizens to crowdsource governance ideas from citizens. So Beam, that is nothing but, it is a mobile payment app, basically, which is developed, by the National Payment Corporation of India to facilitate e-payment directly through banks, and encourage the cashless transactions. The next one which you have is Unified Mobile Application, which is a new age governance mobile app, a Digital India initiative. So the app supports 13 Indian languages and it's available for Android, iOS, or Windows. So it is basically a governance mobile app. And PhonePe, it's a digital payment, Indian digital payment and financial services, which is launched in year 2015 in Bangalore. Okay, that is called as PhonePe. Then yes, you may get the sums on decimal to binary conversion. So if you have to convert, 3 by 10 to binary. So if you 13, sorry, not 3. So I have solved over here. So 13, definitely it is binary, so the base is 2. So 13 with the base 2, 2 6 are. So if you see 2 6 is 12. So what is 1 is the remainder, 1 goes over here. 2 3 is 6, there is no remainder, so there is 0 over here. 2 1s are 2, so again there is a reminder, it is 1. So we'll start from bottom to top, that is 1 1 0 1 is your answer. Same way, if you go with 65, so that is decimal now. Okay, so decimal, no, so decimal to octal. So what you have to transfer to octal? So the base of octal is 8. So 8 8s are 64. 1 is the balance. 8 1s are 8. There is no balance, so 0. So 1 0 1. Okay, if it is decimal to hexa, so the base is 16. So 16 16s are 256, 0, 16 ones are 16. So 100 is to the power of 16 is the answer. So you should know conversion from what to what. By basically they give from primary a decimal to binary only, but anything can happen. Then binary to decimal conversion. So if you can see the number as 10110 power to the power of 2. So it is okay. So how we split this number? 10110. So this is 2 to the power of 0, 2 to the power of 1, 2 to the power of 2, 2 to the power of okay. Now 2, please remember 2 to the power of 3. Okay, 0 2 to the power of 3. But calculating, we have to be very careful. And 2 to the power of 4. Okay, so 1 into 2 is 2. So 2 to the power of 4 is 16. 0 into 2 is 0. So 0 to the power of 3 will be 0. 1 into 2 is 2, but 2 to the power of 2 will be 4. 1 into 2 is 2. 2 to the power of 1 will be 2. Same way, 0 into 2 is 0 and 2 to the power of 0 is 0. That's the reason we have over here 0. Anything multiplied by 0 will 0. That's what we have learned, the basic mathematics. So if you add this all, 16 plus 4 plus 2, the answer comes as 22. Then yes, then there's a question on hardware and software also. So hardware, as we have seen, CPU, monitor, keyboard, mouse, printer, okay, a software in the form of, the documents in the form of a PPT, Google Chrome, or you can talk Gmail, or, Word document, PPT, PowerPoint presentation, Windows, these are all what software. Then yes, if you see hardware, as I've given in different forms, CPU, mouse, printer, system software, that is the operating system or utilities, and application software in the form of games, spreadsheet, that is Excel, Word, database, and internet browsers. Then yes, there is something called as multi-processing and multi-programming also. Now, what is this multi-processing? So it refers to, multiple process at the same time by the CPU. Multi-programming is, programs, keep several programs in main memory at the same time and execute them concurrently. So multi-processing, it utilizes multiple CPU, it utilizes single CPU. They are parallel processing. They context the switching, switching takes place for multi-programming. It takes less time. Multi-programming takes more time. Multi-processing facilitates efficient utilization, whereas programming less efficient utilization. Multi-processing is usually more expensive, whereas multi-programming is less expensive. Then yes, the computer language which you have, I think, yes. So we'll first see the slide and then we'll come again back to the slide. So computer language is low level language divided into two, that is high level and low level. So low level language is machine language and assembly language, whereas high level we have a general purpose or a special purpose language that is in the form of compiler or an interpreter. So in compiler, you have AGOL, Fortran, COBOL, all the languages. Interpreter is like BASIC, APL, Pascal. Okay, these are the languages. So now let's see. The translator the program used in assembly language is called as assembler. There are three types of translator, that is assembler, compliers, and interpreter. We are going to see compliers and interpreters separately. So assembler is a program which is used to translate the written program in assembly language, that is in assembly language into machine language. So assembler is a program that takes basic computer instructions and convert them into the pattern of bits that the computer can process with the help of the basic operation. Some people call these instructions as assembler language and they use the term assembly language. So the basically assembly language is nothing but, the instructions which are converted into bits. At the same time, we will also see compiler and interpreter. So compiler translates the compiler program in single line at a time, whereas interpreter is, program line by line. It is faster, it is slower because it goes line by line. Compiler consumes less time because at one go it happens. Interpreter consumes more time because it has to go line by line. Compiler is more efficient, interpreter is less efficient. When talk about compare, they're larger in size, whereas interpreter are smaller. So if you can look at this diagram, okay, so lower level language is only machines can understand. Interpreter can translate high level language into low or vice versa, and high level language only humans can understand. Then coming to, there was a topic called as mode of communication channel in the form of ICT. So let's see this. What are these modes? They are called as simple, half duplex, and full duplex. So when I say simple, it is unidirection, one direction. When I say half, it is two-way. When I say full, it is two-way, but simultaneously. Here in half-way, it happens one at a time. But if you want to make it happen at a time. So you can use what? You can use a full duplex. Then we have simplex mode is sender can send the data, but sender can't receive the data. In duplex, they can sender can send and also can receive the data, but one at a time. Whereas in duplex, it is continuously, it is simultaneously will happen. In simplex mode, provides less performance than half duplex and full duplex. Performance wise, it is less compared to full. So the best performance is from full duplex. Okay. Example is keyboard and monitor. When it comes to simple, half duplex is walkie talkies, and when it is full duplex, it is your telephone. Okay. At a time, which can simultaneously, which happens at a time. So simple duplex, if you can see only one side, full duplex at a time one, but half duplex, full duplex, it can happen parallelly, and half duplex, it is at a time. Okay, single time. Then we have, yes, catch memory we have studied, but let's see the sequence also quickly. So the increasing order goes with magnetic tapes, disks, main memory, catch memory, and register memory. So magnetic tapes and magnetic disks are a form of auxiliary memory, whereas main memory is a form of primary memory. Secondary memory is also called as auxiliary memory, or it is called as external memory. So cache is the type of fastest, relatively small memory that is stored in the computer. It is shortened to cache. It is classed as random access memory, which a computer microprocessors can access quickly compared to the what? Compared to the RAM. So the increasing order access to the time ratio. So how it goes is that, okay, so you have a full diagrammatic presentation over here. CPU registers, cache memory, main memory, magnetic disks, optical disks, magnetic tape. So these are the external memories. Okay, these are the internal memories. Speed increases as we move up. So the fastest is CPU register and the slow one is magnetic tape. So you should remember which are internal. CPU, that is CCM, are your internal CPU cache main, and your MOM is your external, that is magnetic, optical, and magnetic disk tape and optical. Okay. Now, how is your URL divided? It is divided into protocol, path. Okay. And this is your domain, three types, that is protocol, domain, and your path. Okay. So yes, you have the again one topic with respect to voice line, voice net, and voice protocol. So what is this voice line? It is a low cost, phone service that is alternative to traditional phone line, with a telephone broadband connection and telephone adapter, which allows to make and receive the call and at home or anywhere in the world. Voice net, it means equipment associated with feature accessories in the form of lining, cabling, controller, and voice portals is the voice equivalent of web portals, giving access to the information through spoken words and commands or responses. Yes, so this I have repeated. I think it is again came up. Binary, as I said, base of 2, that is 0 and 1. Decimal 10, that is from numbers digit 0 to 9. Hexa, that is from 0 to 9, and alphabet A to F. Octal, that is 0 to 7. Quickly, let's have a look at the syllabus for this. So we start with basically institutions of higher learning and education in ancient India. Along with that, we'll also look at the evolution of higher learning and research in post-independence period, that is pre and post, that is British as well as the post-independence period. We will see the terms called as oriental, conventional, and non-conventional learning, that is nothing but traditional and online form of learning. Then we will get an understanding about what is professional education, what is technical, and what is the skill based education, for what reason are they used, and how are they useful. We will also have a topic on value education and environmental education. Definitely one question is seen on this also. Policies, governance, and administration. Now here, though the policies, governance and administration topic is given, but the concept of giving the questions is not the same as it was in the old syllabus. So you have to just ensure that you are not studying the topics which are not needed. So you can just save your time, and you can definitely give your time for the topics which need your attention. So let's start this session. So what is basically the Department of Higher Education, that is now called as Ministry of handled by Ministry of Education, which was earlier by Ministry of Human Resource Development. So it's responsible for the overall development of the basic structure of that is higher education sector, both not only that is in the terms of policies also, and in terms of planning also. So when I say policies, so basically it is nothing but it is rules and regulations, okay. And planning, it means how the things, all everything goes well with respect to the planning of your higher education. Now when we talk about this planning process, the department looks after the important concept that is called as the principles also, you can tell, that is assess quality improvement with respect to higher education, that is in the world class, through the world class universities, through the world class colleges and the other institutions, that is, you can say, is premium institutions. So please remember that in from this paragraph also you can definitely get questions. So you should be aware of all this minute details, because from any form the questions can be can be stated, or it can be a part of your MCQs. So this is how it is basically I mean to say put up. Now let's quickly have a look at the objective of higher education. So when we talk about objective, I've already highlighted. So it has an the objective is to assess the higher education with equity, equitable for all. Support for the existing institutions as well as the new institutions. It means equal importance to everyone, though it is new, old, governmental or non-governmental organization. Policies and programs for strengthening research and innovation, very very important. You may this question has been frequently seen, that higher education is inclining towards research a lot, research and innovation. So research has a special place in higher education. So you should ensure that when you are reading the question, you should read it very carefully, that one of the objective of higher education is apart from all the points, that is accessibility or equity or support, but the basic main aim is to strengthen the research of the country. And yes, definitely by doing all this, we will be promoting what? We will be promoting the quality of higher education. Now, so what basically this was an objective. So if you look at the objective, how you will define the role of Department of Higher Education. So to enhance the gross enrollment ratio, which in our country is very very less, so in order to boost that enrollment ratio, or to enhance the enrollment ratio, the role of Department of Higher Education has to very much alert, has to be very much ahead, and this enrollment ratio has to continuously keep on increasing, to improve the quality and promote academics reforms, to expand and improve the existing institutions, to set up new institutions, to use technology in higher education. Now this point really very very works, especially after this pandemic situation. We know the importance of technology now. In since last 2 years, obviously whatever the child was deprived of, I mean this education, the child was missing the colleges, universities, schools, but just because of technology we could make it possible that we could stay connected with our students, and we could definitely impart the source. We could be, with the help of technology as a source, we could impart the knowledge towards to the students. So yes, technology plays an important role. Then we talk about to develop vocational education and skill development. So that is this point focuses on what it's not only and only about academics, but at the same time employment also plays an important role to develop Indian languages in international collaboration in educational field. So it is not that it is only and only about westernization, or all the Indian languages are even given due respect. So that's how the role of education, higher education, plays. Yes. So now starting with a little bit of ancient and post-independence topics. So basically, quickly let's have, because some questions comes from this. So quickly let's have a look at the types of teacher which were available in this ancient India with respect to education. So there was a teacher that is called as Acharya, who taught people Vedas. That is basically the Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sama Veda, Athar Veda. Now, what are these Vedas? Let quickly have a look. Rig Veda, it is the earliest form of Veda, the oldest form of Veda. Sama Veda, which is reference, which is the earliest reference for singing. Yajur Veda, that is the book of prayers, and Atharva Veda, that is the book of magic and charms. So you should be, in case if it comes from as the following. Then we had Upadhyaya. Upadhyaya, it was the one who adopted teaching as a profession to earn his livelihood. I mean to say, the person who entered into teaching field, that was to earn as in profession. So the one only such teachers were imparting only a part of Vedas or Vedanganas. So next, which we have is chakras and wandering scholars. So chakras is the one, the one who gets circulated. I mean to say, they wander, or they are mobile from one place to another. So yes, such teachers were available, and they, whatever type of knowledge they got there, they got it only with the help of experience which they gain. And such teachers were regarded as the highest possible source of knowledge. Hyun Sang was one of them who has gained such, the knowledge by some of the wandering teachers, that is called as bhikshus and sadhus. Okay. And these type of knowledge was an experimental, practical, or application based knowledge which was considered. The next one we have is guru, that is, the one who lead a gruhastha life, that is a family life, and earn livelihood by imparting education to his students. Then we have is Yojana Sikta, that is the a teacher famous from the profound scholarship, that the students from the distant places, came, or a far away distance came, in order to seek guidance from these teachers. And Shikshaka, a teacher who gave instructions in the field of arts, that is like dancing. Then types of Vedas we have done here. Also, it's quick, I mean to say, a revision for you. So Rig Veda, as I said, it is the literature words. Yajur Veda, it's gestures. Sama Veda, it is related to music and sound. And Atharva Veda, it is, emotions, moods, and sentiments. Now, yes, we also had a system called as a Gurukul. The was a house of a teacher who has settled in the, in the particular environment. After the initiation ceremony of a child, the child would leave his natural parents, that is his home, the parents' home, and would occupy the home of the guru in order to get, educated. So the academics, then they were sorry there were parishads, or academics, where the student of advanced learning gathered and enriched themselves through discussions and discourses, that is, with the help of, you can call it as a brainstorming. Now, yes, apart then after this, we have something called as in ancient India, the famous institutions of learning. So Takshila, which is reference to medical school. So the 16 branches of learning were taught in different schools, each presided by the special professor, which included painting, sculpture, image, but basically it was repeated for medical school. Many times this is seen as the following. So that I have highlighted important word, so you can just remember them. Nalanda, renowned for its cosmopolitan, that is people from different countries. And the famous University of Nalanda was famous for the faculty of logic, that is the branches which spread the branches of all knowledges. Then we have Vallabhi, that Vallabhi, that is while Nalanda was famous for the seat of learning in Eastern India, Vallabhi is renowned for, for seat of learning in Western India. So Eastern and Western, you can see. Wallaby was a center for the advanced learning students who gathered from this university used to employed in the royal courts and prestigious jobs they used to get. This is a form of administrators with a huge responsibility. Next, Vikramshila, that is the University of Vikramshila, was renowned for its religious teaching. Ujjain, what is, it was famous for secular learning, including mathematics and astronomy. Benares, that's well known for teaching theology, that is nothing but the study of nature of God and religious belief. Now, next one which you have is, yes, a formal education system, which started. I have two slides for this. I'll just revise it again, and then we'll again have it so that it becomes a little bit for perfect for you in different ways it is. So formal education, that is elementary and primary education, which is given up to the age of 14. Secondary education, which provides child with a sense of history and national perspectives, and the child start understanding the constitutional rights and duties. So that is from the class 9th and 10th and up to 11th and 12th, that is senior secondary. Tertiary, that is in the form of higher education plus vocational education. So higher education is the specific courses like commerce, arts, science. Professional courses in the form of LLB, engineering, medical, architecture. Vocational, which gives you, skills enhancement. And new and emerging forms are, to travelism, aviation industry, hospitality, and retail industry. So basically, pre-primary is prior to class 1. Primary is up to 5, upper primary is 6 to 8, secondary is 8 to 10, senior secondary is your higher secondary, which you call it's 10 to 12, and then we have is tertiary, that is the higher education plus your vocational education. So yes, match the following. You can get in any form this question, just to remember it well. Next is your principal level of education. So undergraduate, that is 3 years, but as per the national education policy of 2020, this has been changed, but this is how it earlier it was. Post graduation, that is 2 years, master's degree, research level PhD, and fellowship or postdoctoral. Diplomas as well as chartered accountancy was, also a part of your qualification or certification. Then we have evolution of higher education system, basically started with Vedic age. Sanskrit was a medium of instruction which was into the Vedic system. Pali was a medium of instruction in Buddhist system. Ancient literature, this I have just done with you, but it's a quick revision. Ancient literature, that is in the form of Vedas, which we did 4 Vedas, Brahmanas, Upanishads, which were considered as the highest knowledge. Gurukul, the house of the teacher. A Goshti, that is a conference which was summoned by the king. Vidyapita, that is the educational institutions for spiritual aspects. Vihara, that is the Buddhist monastery, and Vikramshila, which was a famous religious teaching. So you should be able to, recall this very quickly. Yes, let's go to the education in different periods, which we did just now. Gupta period, that is Nalanda, as I said, all branches of knowledge. Taxila, medicine. Ujjain, that is astronomy and mathematics, which we just now completed in the theory part also. Buddhism, that is Pali language, was a medium of instruction. Sarnath University, that studies Buddhism. Ajanta, that is a display of art, architecture, and painting. Mughal period, where the establishment of primary, secondary schools and colleges started with. Education system was based on Hindu philosophy. In 2006, Singapore, India, China, Japan, and others also announced a proposed plan to restore and revive the ancient site as Nalanda International University. So this is which you need to keep in mind. Now, indicators of educational development, so that when we talk about institutional density, that is number of colleges per 1 lakh eligible population. When we talk about gross enrollment ratio, we are going to do this in detail in the next slide. Pupil teacher ratio, that is the number of students who attend the school or university divided by the number of teachers in that particular institution. Gender parity index, that is which we have done in our regular classes also. Socioeconomic measures, the relative access to the education of males and females, that is gender parity. Per student expenditure, that is the average general improvement when you're talking about with respect to the per student. So in the level of education, express what is the expressed percentage of GDP per capita. So here you may get 2021 data. They may ask what is the parity index or what is the teacher pupil ratio. So right now the India has 32 people uh, per teacher in a primary section, and the ratio is lower for the tertiary, that is higher education, which is about 24. Coming to, yes, as I said, in 2021, India was ranked as 140th among 156 country. Okay. Nations participating in ranking, it is the third worst performer with respect to, that is with respect to gender parity. So you should be able to keep this in mind, and especially the students who are doing MCQ. So if you can see my strategy lectures or regular lectures, where I've taken all the latest MCQs also with respect to all the 2021 data. Now, South Asian countries with Pakistan and Afghanistan are the one being, at the top. They, I mean to say, where the index is worst in the form of, like for example, these compared to India definitely are not that best performers. Now, coming to the topic of meta university, yes, there were a question seen with reference to meta university. So when we talk about meta university, yes, it was the plan which was initiated in UGC by UGC during 12th plan. So what was the reason is the purpose, the objective was to share the learning by different universities with the help by using or with the help of latest technology, because it is one of the prime objective or the important objective of UGC higher education. So based on this, whole is greater than sum of parts. Okay. So what exactly for the features of meta university? So meta university is the one which represents second generation university. They are free from physical boundary condition. They are able to operate in virtual space. They take advantage of innovation and flexibility in the specific possible domain areas. So if you see this, one of the example was, University of Delhi and Jamia, that is Ismailia is University. So they had started a 2-year joint degree program, which was first time in India in 2015 with reference to Masters of Mathematics Education. So this was a concept of meta university. Now, if you see the ranking of NIRF ranking for 2021. So yes, in detail, they may give you a question, but at least you should know the basic things. That is, the best overall institute was IIT Madras. Is IIT Madras. Management Institute top one is IIM Ahmedabad. Best college is Miranda House. Top medical college is AIMS at Delhi. Top engineering college is IIT Madras. Top university is IISC Social Science Bangalore. Top pharmacy institute is Jamia Hamad, that is New Delhi. Top architecture institute is IIT Roorkee. Top research institute is IICS Bangalore, and the top dental college is Manipal Dental College, Udupi. Okay, so at least this basic ranking of 2021 you should remember. In detail, if you have time, you have done, it's well and good, but this also should be not missed. Then coming to yes, the QS ranking, that is world ranking of 2021. So where in top 20, global top 20, that is Massachusetts University Institute of Technology USA stands at first, followed by the ranking of 2021 and 2020 also I've listed. So yes, the first 3 universities goes as per the ranking and then list. So you're definitely you need to keep first 3 in mind, at least first 3 rankings you just keep in mind. So as per the world ranking 2021, the University of Oxford tops the ranking for the 5th consecutive year, while the mainland China Tsinghua University, becomes the first ancient university to break into top 20. Okay, so this is that is world ranking university, world ranking. So just keep this in mind. This figures, this again, as I said, you have to prepare, though you are watching the revision video lecture, but you have to prepare your handbook where you can last day also revise these things. Okay, so we were talking about little bit of ancient period. We talk little bit of latest affairs. We talk. So now let's go in the form of British era in with respect to post independence period also, wherein we had all the commissions, all the community committees, or uh, bodies been formed. So let's quickly have a look of all of them. So here also have important points at some places. I have just highlighted it so it will be easier. So when we talk about charter plan, that is basically to spread scientific knowledge in order to preach religion. Hindu college was established in Calcutta in the this particular period, which later became the Presidency College, and now it is known as Presidency University. When we talk about Elphinstone report, it talks about district examination officer, one of the oldest college in Mumbai of Mumbai University, which was set up in 1834. Macaulay minutes. Now here, please do not just read it and listen it and just go through it or ignore it. Many questions were seen. Like for example, Macaulay's minutes. There was a question that the spread of education of English education was through which minutes. So it was which commission? That is Macaulay's commission. So it is directly or it is directed mainly with reference to elementary and secondary education, removed age-related biasness with respect to education. Would dispatch community, this question was frequently seen, okay, wherein odd man out, that is three universities they recommended and set up, that is Madras, Calcutta, Bombay. Delhi has been asked frequently, but you should know it's not Delhi, it is Madras, Calcutta, and Bombay. It is first policy regarding higher education. It is considered as the Magna Carta. That is, Magna Carta is nothing but the rules which are given with respect to English education in India. Then regional and classical languages are also taught, and vocational education and teachers training was also part of board dispatch committee. Hunter commission, it was the one which was aggregation of primary and higher education, which was definitely, which has also proposed about affiliated call to manage affiliated colleges, known as Indian Education Commission. So that was known, that is in Hunter Commission also was known as Indian Education Commission. So University Commission, which was appointed for first time by Lord Curzon for university education under the chairmanship of Sir Thomas. Indian University Committee was appointed to acquire the condition and prospects of the universities established in British India. Here in this particular commission, we had Indian Universities Act 1904. Now, a Sadler Commission was again one of the important point over here. That is, it was one popularly known as Calcutta University Commission. Separation of intermediate, education from degree college. That is 3 years program. Honors and 3 years programs were separated. Now here there is no basic difference. Only thing is honors is little bit considered as one step higher as compared to regular. Rest all the things are one and the same. Now, yes, coming to next is with respect to women's education, which was again recommended by Sadler. And yes, a special committee for the selection of university teachers. Not only this, but it also, had suggested the cap that is nothing but it is called as the Central Advisory Board of Education, which was set up in 1920 but was abolished due to some financial crisis in 1923. Then Varda, a scheme that is known as Nai Talim or basic education or Bunyadi Talim. So this is, the outcome of the philosophy of Gandhiji. It was to fulfillment the needs, fulfillment of men's need at all the levels, not only biological, but sociological and psychological also. It talked about development as a whole, wherein emphasized on free, compulsory and universal education from the age group of 17-14, and the education was imparted in the mother tongue also. Now, when we talk about Surgeon report, it was, the scheme of post-World War education development with respect to in India, recommended the setting of UGC. Now, when we have Radhakrishnan Commission, that is, in the year 1948, this is post-independence now. It is also called as University Education Commission, which integrated secondary education as well as higher education by setting up UGC, which was established in 1956. Women's education, mother tongue, rural universities were the part of it. Now, When we talk about Mudaliar, so Mudaliar Commission was the one which was also known as Secondary Education Commission, recommended introducing a 3-year and a 4-year higher education system with definitely multi-purpose schools and vocational trainings. Now, when we talk about Commission on Emotional Integration, so which was set under the chairmanship of Dr. Swarupanand. Now, yes, see, I'm definitely just sorry for one thing. That's years I am not highlighting everywhere, but you have to keep this a note of this, because many a times it was seen that if years with years match, the following was put. So just be careful, okay? Uh, Now, when we talk about Kotari Commission, when we talk about emotional integration, yes, it recommended the reorganization of curriculum or co-curricular activities, minority language, and as well as educational tours. So Kotari Commission is titled as Educational and National Development Report, which was proposed a 3-year degree course as well as a 4-year honors, which recommended 6% of the national income should be spent on education. That is Kothari Commission. This I've highlighted it because it is a part of your university questions also. The red highlight is for that specific purpose. Now, when we talk about quality improvement, yes, it was also a part of Hunter Commission. Sorry, it was also a part of Kotari Commission. And not only this, establishment of education system, which was, to vocationalize secondary education. Coming to education as a subject and the concurrent list, which is always, many a times it is seen which it is belong to. It belongs to the concurrent list, okay? Which definitely in the concurrent list, when we talk about which was in the year 1976, the responsibility was given. The center was also given the responsibility with the reference to all the states. Now, yes, national education policy, that is 1968 and 1986, which was followed by Kotari Commission, which also suggested 6% of national income to be spent on education. And it also proposed the imparting higher education with via distance mode. Sam Pitroda, that is called as a National Knowledge Commission, the think tank of India, which recommended the restructuring of the curriculum. It also supported the entry of foreign universities and recommended increased number of universities to 1,500 by year 2015. And with this reference only, we had to focus on the gross enrollment ratio. Yashpal committee, which suggested scrapping of all higher education bodies, and they regulated or they created a super body, that is the form of higher education commission on for higher education and research. Dr. Anil Kakodkar committee, which also recommended 2% of budget of every institution to be, used for research purpose, and it recommended the strategies to improve the technical education in the country. Coming to the National Education Council, that is 1906, which was set up by a Swadeshi nationalist leader, which definitely has an objective of teaching tradition, culture, morals, along with the modern education in vernacular language, that is mother tongue. Okay, so establishment of National University of Bengal was the great achievement for this particular council. Resolution of Educational Policy 1913, which was recommended by the university. Haddock committee, which has, objective of improving the standards, and also suggested the Central Advisory Board of Education again. That is, after 1920, after its closure in 1923. A Botwood report that was studied the problems in Indian education system, and it recommended the establishment of polytechnics, agricultural schools, as well as, increase in the employment. So this was recommended by them. Swarup committee, which started examining the unemployment, and it pointed out, unemployment that it pointed out that faculty unemployment was due to the faulty education system. Which only provides degree where the practical or application knowledge is missing. So for this reason, the vocational education, which focused more on employment, diversified courses, 3 years degree intermediate stage was abolished. So we next had is Sri Mali committee, which decided to take education to the rural areas also. Durgabai Deshmukh committee, which was also known as National Committee for Women's Education, and Sayadin committee, that was, the University Grant Commission, review committee on education. That is the one which was basically given a task of reviewing. So when we, yes, it was a too lengthy thing, but yeah, we have seen questions from all the nooks and corners where you have to take a quick revision of it. So when we highlight this, it is, a Radhakrishnan Commission, which integrated secondary and higher education. Secondary Education Commission, or the Mudaliar Commission, which recommended 3 years and 4 years higher education. Kotari Commission, which set up the 3-year degree course and the 4-year honors. Then we had the Kotari Commission, which was followed by National Policy on Education, that is 1968 and 86, imparting education at distance mode. And coming to the National Education Policy, policy on education for improving the infrastructure, the standards with respect to higher education. Now, talking about, yes, as I said, that we also have now the new policy, that is National Education Policy of 2020. So quickly, let's see the highlights of this policy. The first highlight, as I said, the gross enrollment ratio, which is to increase it by 50%, and the target is year 2035. 3.5 crore seats to be allotted or added in higher education. Undergraduate education can be of 3 or 4 years with multiple exit and options. So with the help of certification. Academic credits, now transfer of academic credits, what it is that we are going to see in detail, both certification as well as the credits. Then next one which we read was basically, yes, the multidisciplinary education and research universities at par with IITs and IIMs to be set as a best model for the multidisciplinary education. Then we had the National Research Foundation, which was created as an apex body, an important body with respect to the research culture and research capacity. Then we had something called as Higher Education Commission of India, one of the a single body which will definitely look after all the system, entire higher education system, excluding medical and legal education, public, private, educational universities, which will be governed by, the regulation norms for regulation, accreditation, and academic standards. Yes, affiliation of colleges to be phased out 15 years, and, a stage-wise mechanism to be established for granting graded autonomy to the colleges. Now, when we talk about academic credit, now let's see what exactly this academic credit talks about. So, yes, let's see. Academic credit, bank credit is an initiative basically recommended in the National Education Policy 2020, which has been approved by UGC. It will allow the students the freedom to, design their own degrees. At the same time, the objective of this particular credit will basically, with reference to what it will be, which will enable the students to select the best courses, combination of the courses to suit their aptitude and, knowledge. It allows to shift from one institution to another in the middle of the course and where the definitely where the credits will be carried forward. They also can drop out in the middle of the program and again can join back. So these are the speciality of this, the academic bank of credit has, special privilege for the students who may not able to complete the education, can leave in between, but can again have a full right to come back. Then, yes, so let's see now a single body with respect to that is a single regulatory body with 4 verticals. Now, what is this vertical? This is an umbrella wherein it will take all the care of, higher education. Now, when we talk about higher education, that is higher with reference to umbrella or a single body with reference to higher education. So let's see what are this verticals about. So first is National Higher Education Regulatory Council, which is creating and implementing higher education. A General Education Council, which is the standard setting for academics. Higher Education Ground Council, which is, for funding purpose and research purpose exclusively. And national accreditation, which is basically, accreditation to the academic institutions. So this basically is, looking after this. At the same time, As I said, multiple entry and exit, but let's check it out that what exactly it means. So after completing first year of program, UG program, a certification will be given. Then second year of UG program, advanced diploma will be given. Then when we talk about third year, if the student completes, bachelor degree will be given. And if the student completes the fourth year of the UG program, he gets bachelor with the research, that's how it is looked after. Yes. Now coming to the institutional framework. So when we talk about institutional framework, let's see that institutional framework consists of central, state deemed open and institutes of national importance along with private university. So state central universities, which are one which is governed by the India, that is the Act of Government of India, by the Act of Parliament. State, which is governed by the state government by legislature. Deemed universities, they are as per the status of a university with authority to award the degree, which was given through central government. Open universities, they are the one which imparts the education with the distance mode. And institutes of national importance, which acts with the help of parliament, whereas private university are the one which are established by the state as well as central act also. Now, yes, coming to the methods, that is conventional, non-conventional and oriental learning. So let's have understand what is this conventional mode of learning. It's traditional, back to basic, your physical mode of learning, that is in traditional form, which also called as brick to mortar and mortar classroom facility. Definitely it refers to education that occurs at a physical school, uh, as opposed to a virtual and a cyber school environment. So what is the characteristics which are required for this? You have to be present on the campus with fixed time, regular attendance. A prescribed curriculum emphasizes more on teaching rather than learning. It is teacher centered, okay, and it has student learn through listening and observation, and it has a pattern of traditional exams. Whereas non-conventional is completely opposite. It is an online education form of learning wherein there is fixed time for it is offered with a fixed time. For example, definitely on evening learning distance, or courses or vocational study courses. So here the characteristics can be the form of it is learner oriented, it has no fixed curriculum, or it is cost effective. It is definitely linked to employment, and it sees to continuous improvement of the quality. But at the same time, it focuses on the youth which has dropped out of the school, or which are under the privileged group. I mean, this is the underprivileged groups in the form of women's, or girls, or the tribal or the minor population of the country. So such type of programs basically focus to enhance the education level for this particular groups. Now, talking about Orientalism. Now, when we talk about Orientalism, uh, let's see what exactly it means. It means that when the European scholars studied ancient languages and culture to gain the rich understanding, okay, this rich understanding basically was done by Orientalists. So the one who studies these subjects, or just definitely looks in detail for the culture, language people, we call them as what we call them as Orientalists. Now, we have done this structure of education system. Uh, Definitely, I mean to say I've written some words in vernacular, so that in case if any student of any other subject is watching, sorry, if a student of specifically with Marathi or Hindi is watching it, can definitely understand this. So we just did higher education, which is primary, secondary, and senior secondary. We did it in the first slide itself. School education, higher education is academics, professional degree or technical, and vocational education, which is basically for skills. So let's quickly have a understanding for academic degree. Academic degrees are called as non-professional education. Now, when we say non-professional education, it means you have a degree over here, but these are the gateways, just to you have completed your I mean to say your certification or your studies. So this is more of, gives you more of career option. Okay. But does not makes you ready for the job. It means you have to really do something for more enhancement. When I talk about professional educations, yes, this is the one which will definitely help you to give a professional career, which will help you to incorporate your knowledge, which will help you to understand the concepts, which will help you to attend the level of competencies, which will help you to take the responsibility for the development. So basically, they are into this. The your professional courses are into this. Then technical education. So when we talk about technical education, their basic aim or emphasizes is on the principles of science and mathematics, which covers the programs of engineering, technology, architecture, applied arts. Apex body of technical education is All India Council for Technical Education, called as AICT, which was set up in 1945 and which was later established, by AICT Act as 1987. Years also years, that is the number when it is established or set up, you have to be careful. Okay. Now, coming to skill based education, that is called as vocational education. As I said, skill based education is basically that type of education which gives more importance to the knowledge, but definitely from the orientation of job. It is job orientation. So it is like, with some of the examples I can give you: IITs, that is Industrial Training Institutes, Pradhan Mantri Kaushalya Yojana, Sankalp, that is skill acquisition, Udhan, polytechnic schemes, or the one which promotes vocational education. Yes. Then we have a topic called as value education, and you have something called as environmental education, and the questions are seen. They are a little bit twisted forms, but you should know that value education is nothing but a function which helps in the development of the student's personality with reference to value. So when I say value, so it teaches your students to have the correct attitude, ability, and behavior in order to form a positive atmosphere in society. So you should keep this in mind, that whenever you are teaching your students, whenever you're having the classroom atmosphere, you ensure that these type of values are been inculcated in your students in the form of stories, role play, or any form of activity, because there the students learn it more, they grab it more quickly. Next is, you have as explicit and implicit values. So explicit values are some which are direct. You can definitely give it directly with the help of different pedagogies, methods, or the learning experiences. Implicit, which are indirect, which can be hidden. The child has to understand has to get it from the way it has been imparted. Next is, the objective of the value education is definitely to improve the sustainable lifestyle, to increase among them the awareness of the country, the rights, and the integration, which is very, very important, because they are the future of our country. And yes, we need to pass on these values from generation to generation. Yes, again, to improve the level of thinking, to develop tolerance and understanding capacity, of different faiths. There are 4 types of values, that is human values, which teach them humanity; social values, which teach them the important lessons in the form of honesty, brotherhood, love, self-control; religious values, which teaches them the importance of religious, which cannot be ignored; professional value, which teaches them the rules and regulations in the form of or following the professionalism in their life, so career, or I mean to say, in the professional life. Yes. Now, coming next to the environmental education, yes, this is again, the country is facing, huge issues with respect to environment. So in order to understand, or, the generation should know to sustain with this type of, uh, environmental education, they should able to sustain the environment, and for that it is very important that they should learn environmental education. So there has to be a deep understanding about the environmental issues, which was brought up by the International Union of Conservation of Nature, and which was formalized, as the first time in 1970, as at a meeting in USA, and with the following aims. So let's see that is awareness. Now, yes, there is a question on this in the form of match the following. So they have given you what awareness, what attitude, skills, or participation means. So you should be able to write them very correctly. So awareness, it means you are aware, you are making the students or the society aware about the environmental problems. Knowledge, it means you are giving them an experience in order to deal with the problems. Attitude, it means you're telling them to put a correct attitude in the form of participation. Skills, it means identifying and solving the problems, and participation, it means resolution towards solving the environmental issues. So the same thing I've repeated. The only thing is that your this particular slide, the same way it was given in the question paper, so I've just brought it so that you can read it once and you can remember. So as I taught you already, knowledge is nothing but the understanding, awareness is nothing but the sensitivity, skills is nothing but the component which will help them to resolve the problem. Attitude will make them help them in improvement, and participation will help them to have a confidence within themselves to solve the problem. Now, what are the characteristics of environmental education? It is concerned with relationship between human and nature. Definitely, it is with respect to sustainable development, which is one of the goal also with respect to sustainability, that is development goals. Then we have here, it is useful for the development of student skills to deal with the environmental problem, current environmental global problems, and encourage the schools communities to come ahead with the formal education with respect to preserving the nature or the environment. Now, yes, there is a concept that is open and distance learning. So yes, that is in the form of um, that is ODL, which we call. So this is basically to remove all the barriers, which a student may face just because he can't attend the schools or colleges. So in such case, he should be given a right to educate, and that can be done with the help of open and distance learning, wherein the delivery mode is a distance mode of education, which definitely is called as correspondence or extension or distance learning or open learning or virtual or online education. The need and importance is rapid growth, population, geographical limitation, qualification improvement, the desire to study or, progress yourself, education for all the age groups, financial circumstances, and faster promotion and flexibility factor. So yes, for all this, in order to remove all these difficulties, it is important that we spread, or we definitely try to give the virtual mode of education to the students who are not able to take it in the normal form. Yes, then we have National Assessment and Accreditation Council, that is NAC. So, yes, for the quality status with respect to curriculum, with respect to teaching learning process, faculty, research, infrastructure. So, these are all the elements or, the standard qualities decided in terms of this particular factors. Now, NAC has a fivefold vision, that is a periodic, you may get this odd man out also. So, periodic assessment and accreditation, quality teaching, self evaluation, accountability, autonomy, and innovation, research studies, consultancy, training programs, and the stakeholder contribution. So, these are the fivefold vision which covers each and every aspect, related to the student. Now, what are the criterias? There are 7 criterias of NAC, which can also be a form of question. Curricular aspects, teaching and learning evaluation, research, consultancy, extensions, infrastructure, learning resources, student support and progression, governance, leadership, management, institutional values, and best practices. So yes, the CGPA, that is the cumulative grade, which is calculated, the alphabet denoted to that, and the status. So when it is A plus plus, it is accredited with a range of 3.51 to 4. A plus, the range is given. Okay, the alphabet D, that is the letter D. Sorry, it indicates that it is the institute or the college or the university is not accredited. Then we have something called as Central Institute for Educational Technology, which again constitutes of a unit of NCRT, which came into existence in 1984, with reference to Premier National Institute of Educational Technology, with an aim to promote education via radio, film, TV, satellites, as well as cyber media, and which will again, which helped or which intended to promote equity and quality education at the school levels. There's a next important concept, that is Rashtriya Rashtriya Uchchatar RUSA, which we called as Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan. But yes, Madhyamik, it means the secondary, which was launched in 2009. Uchchatar, which was launched in 2013. Then we had Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, that is elementary, which was launched in 2001. A global initiative for academic research, that is GYAN, was nothing but, the pool which attracted or which talent pool of scientists and entrepreneurs, which encourage them to, engage with higher education institutes in India. Now, yes, let's quickly have a look at RUSA objectives. Again, it talks about accessibility, equity, and quality education. It is centrally sponsored scheme which which gives incentive to the Indian states to improve the higher education in India. It was launched in the year 2013. Definitely, the central funding was in the ratio of 60 to 40 for the general states, 90 to 10, that is 90:10 for the special category, and completely 100% for the union territories. Now, yes, what are the primary important key action or the funding areas of RUSA? So upgrading the autonomous colleges, conversion of colleges to universities, infrastructure grant to university, the new model colleges, that is general ones, upgrading existing degrees, new colleges in the form of professionals, grants, research, innovation, equity, faculty recruitment, vocationalization, that is with reference to employment, leadership development program, institutional restructuring, and capacity building are a part of the components of RUSA. Then we have National Institute of Framework, that was the methodology which was adopted by Ministry of Education, that is Government of India, in order to rank the institutions of higher education, which was approved by Ministry of Human Resource Development on 29th of September 2015. So it has areas, that is, you can tell it as the framework. So ruling framework, the framework of NIRF is as below. So let's see what the frameworks are. There are 5 frames or categories, you can call it as, that is teaching, learning resources, research and professional practice, graduation outcomes, outreach and inclusivity, as well as perception. These are all consisting of the parameters of NIRF. Okay. Now, yes, there is a concept called as 12, that is UGC section 2F and 2B. So 2F and 12B. So this is basically a approved pattern of, assistance under various schemes. So just, you don't have a specific question on this, but let's clear it now itself. So basically, the UGC has notified the regulations for recognition of colleges under 2F. So the colleges are brought under the purview of UGC in this regulation. So they, as per the proposal, okay, they are the one which fits into the category of what, rules and regulations which are mentioned under 2F. Apart from that, there is a framework for 12B, which makes the colleges eligible for the central assistance from the Government of India. So the assistance, I meant to say, this is basically for the assistance 2F, as well as 12B. So when we talk about 12B, it is for central assistance from the Government of India, which receives the central funds from the central government. Okay. Then, yes, when we talk about IGNOU, so IGNOU has a concept called as Gyan Dhara, an internet audio counseling session which was offered by IGNOU, which is basically students can listen to the live discussions by teacher and experts and interact with them with the help of phones, emails on chat mode. Gandhara timings, interaction timings are from 11 in the morning to 1. They can be heard with the FM channel, that is Gyanvani, either from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And they are a free to air channel that is available on GSAT 10 satellite. Okay. Yes, apart from this, the National Center for Innovation and Distance Education was established in 2005 with an aim to support promotions, reengineering and disseminating innovations, that is an open and distance learning. We have done ODL. At the same time, CAB, that is a Central Advisory Board of Education, one of the oldest advisory body, which was first established in 1920, dissolved in 1923, but it was again back in 1935. Okay, we have seen this also very well. So the reason was to review the progress of education and to extend, the educational policy implementation. First, let's understand quickly the syllabus. It is basically development and environment. Development was not the part of the old syllabus. It is included in as a new part of your syllabus. Human and environmental interaction, wherein you have entrepreneurial activities as well as their impact, that is human activities, which we call various environmental issues. Little bit questions on this becomes a bit difficult for the students, but I have covered it in a part of theory. So let's see how you can, revise, and definitely you should recall all those things. So as I said, just important points you note down. Impacts of pollutants on human health, the natural and energy resources, natural hazards in the form of mitigation strategies, and Environmental Protection Act, that is in the form of National Action Plan on Climate Change, various agreements in the form of protocols, conventions, as well as, Keto Protocol, Paris Agreement, International Solar Alliance. So these are very, very frequent in last 2-3 years examination. So I have taken the theory lecture in this form, that the important topics I have covered, as well as all the topics are definitely covered, but ensure it is in very straight format, so that what is important from exam point of view, you can remember those things very quickly and after looking at this video. So yes, let's start the first session with our that is Millennium Development Goals, that is your MDG, which is the first part or first topic of your syllabus. So basically there are 8 goals, which was 8 goals for the year 2015 has been established in the form of Millennium Summit, or you call it as of the United Nations, which are adopted by United Nations Millennium Declaration, which also is known as Shaping the 21st Century Strategy. And this Millennium Development Goals were succeeded by something called as Sustainable Development Goals, which has an agenda of 2030. So 189 nations, United Nation members with 22 international organizations committed to achieve the Millennium Development Goals, which were targeted by 2015, and what these goals are. So now here, the most important part, there are questions seen that they give you the goals and they'll tell you to organize the goals, recognize the right goals and, eliminate the wrong one. So you have to understand, or you have to tick the correct code. So just let's have a look at them, but this you have to remember. So you need to go through it once properly also. Extreme poverty and hunger, to eradicate poverty and hunger, to achieve universal primary education, gender equality and women empowerment, child morality, maternal health, AIDS, HIV to be combated along with malaria and other diseases, to ensure environmental sustainability, that is not only for present generation but for the future generation also, and to develop the partnership goals for to develop global partnership for development. So just keep the sequence also in mind. You don't know what type of questions can be expected, so just be careful for this goals, which are 8 in number, which are given as follow. The target was 2050. Followed by them was Sustainable Development Goals, which was adopted by 193 countries with an aim to achieve them in 2030 with 3 main pillars, that is economy, environment, and society. So which are those goals which I have written in the form of numbers? So no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation. Then you have as decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequality, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace and justice, strong institutions,
institutions, sorry, partnership to achieve the goal. Now, there are different types of stories, there are different types of acronyms. So last moment I will definitely not tell you whichever acronym, whichever pattern to or remember these goals you have learned, stick to that, but you have to remember this 17 goals. Even this can be a part of question, and which are odd man outs, you can get a choice, so you have to be careful. Next comes as, yes, the International Solar Alliance, as per the Environmental Act 1986, one of the concept, which is an alliance of 124 countries, which was initiated by India on 30th November 2015. It is a treaty-based intergovernmental organization which was launched by Prime Minister Mr. Modi ji and the former President Mr. Francois Hollande of France. That is, between France and India, this alliance was being, or this treaty was been signed. The leading European nation, Sweden. This is very latest information which you have to keep in mind with respect to International Solar Alliance, because this is latest and International Solar Alliance is a part of a question. So you may definitely get, any modern, any latest update. So the latest update as per July 2021, that is the leading European nation, Sweden, has ratified the framework agreement for International Solar Alliance, an initiative of India to aim at promoting renewable energy and sustainable development on the date 17th of July 2021. Then the goal is to set the ground rules, the rules and regulations, standards for solar energy, as well as to adapt, a massive deployment in the countries which are richer in solar resources, where there is a risk seen, where the risks are still seen high. Then we have the World Solar Bank, who is the proposed financial agency which will pool the resources around the world and use them for the solar projects. India has set an ambition of 450 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030, for which with 175 gigawatts deployment is by in 2022. So yes, there's a question on this particular uh, update, as well as the question has been between which two countries it has been signed. So the question which is not yet a part of examination is the latest update which you need to keep in mind. Then there is something called as human development report. Now, what is this report? It's an human development index which is published by the Human Development Report Office of United Nations Development Program. So basically, it talks about what? So this report tells you, or it make recommendations for the change that generate attention and debate among the stakeholders and policymakers, which raise public awareness about human development. It means that they promotes resource mobilization in the area of development, and which needs, which needs the most, and it triggers the responses to needs to meet the needs of the society. So now, in the 30th anniversary of Human Development Report that was conducted in 2020, okay, was the latest series of which was published by United Nations Development Program, and it was started since 1990. So the theme for the year was human development and anthropocene. That is the report which focuses on improving human lives while relieving our planet the pressure of development. So yes, this particular part of the point or the topics can be a part of your question. What is the basic objective? It is helps to enable the environment for people to enjoy their life, to be healthy, and to create the life. So it is basically taking care of the environment, but at the same time ensuring that environment is for the development of people. So it has to be a cooperation from both the ends. So therefore, there are four pillars of human development, and those pillars are equity, sustainability, productivity, and empowerment. India's latest rank, is one third. The latest is India rank 131 with respect to this development index. Norway tops the index. The country of Norway is the top one. Sri Lanka is at 72. China is 85. Bangladesh is as 133, and Pakistan is 154. Obviously, you need to know the rank of India and which country tops the rank. That is the Norway. Now coming to, yes, the protocols. First, we'll let talk about Montreal Protocol. Now, with respect to this protocol, there is always a keyword seen in examination as ozone layer. So that's how it is remembered. So the objective is basically to protect the ozone layer by phasing out of, the numerous substances that are responsible for depletion. It regulates the production and consumption of handmade, chemical referred as ozone depleting substance. So that is, this protocol takes care of this particular substances, that is decrease of particular substances. It was adopted on 16th September 1987, which is also called as Ozone Day. The protocol is to date the only United Nations territory that has been ratified by every country on the earth, all 198 United Nations members, that is universally ratified. So it is a part of, your ratification, as a part of your rule or law, you can say. Then going to the next is Quito Protocol, which was adopted in Japan on December 11th, 1997. Again, in Quito Protocol, you can see one of the, the keyword is emission, okay, greenhouse gases. These are the related keywords which you can find in examination. So basically, it is to owe a complex ratification process, and it came into force on 16th of Feb 2005. Currently, there are 102 parties which are related to, this protocol. So what it does is it operationalizes the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change by doing or committing the industrialized countries and economics to limit the greenhouse gas, that is, emission. So it is an international agreement which is basically aimed at to reduce the carbon dioxide emissions and the presence of greenhouse gas. That's why I said the keyword is emission. Okay, so you have to remember like that. The Paris Agreement, we are going to do Paris Agreement in detail also, was an agreement with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change dealing with greenhouse emission gases, that is strategies mitigation, you can say. Whereas Quito Protocol is a treaty that commits the state to reduce the greenhouse emissions, that is based on the scientific consequences. So consequences. So let's see. In detail also, we are going to study the Paris Agreement. Next is Nagoya Protocol. So it is, it is the second protocol to the Convention on Biological Diversity, which was adopted on 29th of October 2010. As I said, this is a revision lecture. I'm sorry I'm disturbing you people in between, but this is a revision lecture and I need to complete the whole theory part in one go. But as I said, that it is not possible for you people to come back and read the or see the video once again. So please ensure that you're keeping your notepad ready, so you're utilizing it. As I said, Montreal Protocol, you have written okay, ozone. Quito Protocol, you have written okay, it is a mission about carbon dioxide or greenhouse gases. So Nagoya Protocol, it is basically related to the Convention on Biological Diversity. So it was adopted in the year 2010 and it came into force in 2014 Japan. So you may have the place also, Quito where, or Nagoya Protocol where. So you should be able to understand it and ensure that your smart notes will help you out with all this recalling part. Okay. Now, talking about the aim, that is three objectives were based. It was based on three objectives with reference to, assess the resources, fair and equitable benefits, and utilization or conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. It provides a legal framework for effective implementation as one of the objectives on Convention of Biological Diversity. Now, yes, the Convention on Biological Diversity, which is also called as the Biodiversity Convention, okay, it's a multilateral treaty. It has three goals, as we have discussed right now, that is conservation, sustainability, and fair and equitable benefits. So it was actually open for signature in the Earth Summit, that is in Rio Summit, you can say, on 5th of June 1992, and by end of July 1993, 165 nations has signed this treaty. It came into force on 1993, that is 29th of December, and it was the first time in international law that the conversation of biodiversity is one of the common concern of humankind and one of the important part of development process. Coming to, yes, we have been seeing this word, that is conference, convention, protocol, treaty.
So conference, it's nothing but, you initiate the discussion. Conventions, that you streamline the discussion, you eliminate what is not needed, and you take the things which is needed, which has, came out of your discussion. Protocol, basically, it tells about what it tells about, you have to enter, into something which will definitely help each and every country in the world for your, for the betterment, for the benefit. Where there is it is voluntary, it is not made mandatory, but the moment it's signed into treaty, it is a mandatory part for every country, to ensure that they are doing what has been promised. So with that reference, we have a lot of, conferences. We have done some protocols, but some still are there. So let's see one by one. So the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development. Many times it is seen that the acronym comes and you have to write the full form correctly and the year also. So it's also known as the Earth Summit or that was held at Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. So this was the global conference which was held on the 20th anniversary of the first international conference of Stockholm 1972. The outcomes were three things, that is the Rio de Janeiro Agenda 21 and Forest Principles. Now let's see what was this Rio Declaration. Environment and development around the world. It was also called as informally Earth Summit. 27 principles with major topic was human role in the protection of environment for Rio Declaration. Now, we had two summits, that is Rio plus 10 and plus 20, so which was in the year 2002 with the following points, that is World Summit on Sustainable Development, which was from 26th of August to 4th of September in 2002. The Johannesburg Declaration was one of the main outcome of the summit. So it was formed to commit Agenda 21 about, that is Millennium Development Goals, that is your MDGs. And it was a 10-year follow-up, okay, with United Nations Conference on Environment and Development. 10th anniversary of 1992 Earth Summit or United Nations Conference on Environment and Development was held in Rio de Janeiro, that is in Brazil. Next was the 20, that is in the year 2012. Okay, I have just made a small correction. It is 2012. Okay, so it is basically known as the Rio or Earth Summit with an aim of sustainable development, that is with reference to economic and environmental goals. And definitely it was a 20-year follow-up, okay, which was held in the same city, and the 10th anniversary of 2000 as the 2002 World Summit on Sustainable Development, that is in Johannesburg. Okay, so we have two Rios, that is Rio plus 20 and plus 10 with a 10-year follow-up and 20 with a 20-year follow-up. Then we have the next something called as Agenda 21. Now, what is this Agenda 21? It's a non-binding United Nations related to sustainable development with an outcome of, United Nations Conference, which was held in 1992. So it is a 3050 page document, okay, which is divided into 40 chapters and into 4 sections. So this 21 refers to the 21st century. The aim is to achieve the global sustainable development. So it is nothing but a blueprint of action which has to be taken globally, that is in the form of nationally and locally in every area with respect in which humans directly affect the environment. So basically it focuses about environment, which is, where the humans are directly definitely affected. For implementation of this points, a Commission on Sustainable Development was also established in the year 1992 in order to check that things are in place. Now, forest principles. Now, this forest principles definitely was a non-legal. It is non-legally by comment that several recommendations for the conservation and sustainable development for all type of forest were made. That is, taking part greening of the world. So yes, the outcomes, as I said, I have just summarized over here. So the outcomes were the global conference, that is 20th anniversary, which was held at Stockholm 1972, with the Earth Summit following into Rio de Janeiro, Agenda 21 and Forest Principles. Coming to next is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change.
So this is which had, was one of the 5 outcomes of Rio Summit. So it is one of the 5 outcomes of Rio Summit. It is non-legally binding, so it's not a force, it's a voluntary part. It did not set any mandatory limits, as I said, non-legal, so there was no mandatory limit for greenhouse emission. Neither it contained any enforcement mechanism. It said that protocols will be legally binding and enforcement with the help of Kyoto Protocol. So objective was to, stabilize the greenhouse concentrations and stop any damage activities or prevent the activities which are dangerous, which was adopted in 1992, and it was, open for signature in 1992 itself, that is in the month of June, and it came into force in 1994 with, a lot of countries ratifying the concept. Talking about INDCs, that is Indented Nationally Determined Contributors, as one of the conference of parties, that is 19. So during the Warsaw Summit 2013, countries agreed to, outline what actions need to be taken under the global agreement before the Paris Summit 2015. So they can be reviewed after 5 years. So there was one question in one of the paper that after how many years they are being reviewed. So it is after every 5 years. So you see how the questions can be a part of out of your theory. So you have to just ensure that your eyes are and ears are properly, I mean to say, the open, you hear what is said and you definitely take a note of it. So they are contributions submitted by the government on 2nd of October, that is as in Gandhi Jayanti pledge. It is basically improving the emission intensity by 30 to 35% with an agenda to be completed by 2030, and the share of non-fossil fuels to 40% by again 2030. Plus they have the forest cover which can absorb 2.5 sentence, percentage, sorry, 2.5 percentage of carbon dioxide by 2030, and to install 175 gigapower of solar, wind and biomass electricity by 2020. So here there are a lot of facts, so you should just keep noted down. GDP by 33 to 35%, fossil fuels by 40, forest cover by 2.52%, and the installation of 175 gigawatts with the biomass electricity by 2022. So yes, as I said, under Keto Protocol, we did protocol, but under Keto Protocol, there was a question with reference to commitments. So there are till now, there are 2 commitments. The first commitment was from 2008 to 2012. The second commitment was from 13 to 20. So you should know this commitment, how many commitments and how many years also, from what to what year. So the target was basically 6 main, I mean to say, it to cover the emission of 6 main greenhouse gases, that was carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, hydrofluorocarbons, fluorocarbons, sulfur hexafluoride. More than 35 countries has been binding the targets for the first time. Okay, so you should be aware of these commitments, the periods, and which gases, the 6 greenhouse, which gases. So that there was a question out of this. So which 6 gases? So odd man out it was. So that also has to be understood very correctly. Now, yes, we did all these things, but still Convention on Biological Diversity, Convention on Biological Diversity, which was an international legally binding treaty to sustain the diversity of life of the earth, which was opened for signature in 1992 and came into force in 1993. The 3 goals of this were, conservation of biodiversity, sustainable use of biodiversity, fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising out of, genetic resources. So this was the overall objective which led to the sustainable future. Its governing body is none other than the Conference of Parties, that is COP. Then, yes, National Action Plan on Climate Change. Last 2-3 years, there are a lot of questions on this also. So you have to be alert. When I'm saying a lot of questions, so you have to be alert for this topic. So it was launched on 30th of June 2008 with 8 missions. So once there was a question, is totally how many missions? There are 8 missions. Yes, it was basically to understand or promote the climate change, the adaptation, the mitigation, that is, the strategies for the efficiency and natural resource conservation. Prime Minister Council. Now, for this also there was a question that which council is, in charge of this. So Prime Minister Council is in charge of this particular thing. And which are those 8 missions, which are given as below? That is mission with reference to solar, which was, I have purposely written the dates, that was Jan 2010 to promote solar power. Mission for energy efficiency in 2009. Sustainable habitat 2011. Water mission. Sustaining the Himalayan ecosystem, that is 2014. Then it is Green India, it was 2014 again. Sustainable agriculture 2010, and strategic knowledge for climate change approved is in 2017. So yes, these are the 8 missions, so we have to be very, very careful. There are questions on this. Now, yes, let's talk about some Stockholm conference of 1972, which was international conference, which was held in Stockholm, that is Sweden, from 5th of June to 16th of June. That's the reason 5th of June was celebrated as World Environmental Day. It is marked as one of the turning point in international environmental politics. So containing 26 principles, and the action plan with 109 recommendations. So this is the specialty about, United Nations Conference on Human Environment. Next we have is the United Nations Environment Program, that is UNEP, which was, founded in June 1972, headquarters at Kenya. Analyzing and identifying, analyzing and identifying the global environment problem with respect to regional and international environmental, I meant to say, yes, international environment program with respect to, promoting environmental science and information. Now, when we talk about this, the World Meteorological Organization, that is United Nations Environment Program, was established as an intergovernmental panel on climate change, that is in 1988. Yes, the activities related to the 7 broad thematic areas under this United Nations Environmental Program are as follows. That is climate change, disasters and conflicts, ecosystem management, environmental governance, environment under review, to with respect to harmful substances resource efficiency. It is one of the several implementing agencies for global environment, and has registered several successive programs such as the Montreal Protocol and the Minamata Convention to limit the toxic mercury. So Minamata Convention, you can just remember the keyword is with respect to mercury. Okay. Now, chlorofluorocarbons, again, this is one of the important topic where the questions are seen, that is, depleting, known as the ozone depleting substances, which is used in production of plastic foams, cleaning electronic components, and pressurizing agents, that is in aerosol cans. So they are non-toxic, non-flammable chemicals containing atoms of carbon, chlorine, and fluorine, which are used in aerosol sprays, okay, blowing agents for foams, and packing materials or solvent and refrigerators. So these are all these topics or these points with respect to all the questions which were seen in previous year with respect to chlorofluorocarbons. Then yes, now we have the list of days. I mean to say, there are various days, because many a times there has been seen that mass the following comes with recognition of the days. So World Forest Day, Water Day, Resource Day, Atmosphere Day, Earth Day, Migratory Day, Biodiversity Day, Environmental Day. That is all with reference to a syllabus. One Mahotsav week, then Population Day, Wildlife Week, Natural Day, Wildlife Day, Birds Day, Conservation Conservation Day. Then we have as International Day of Education, Earth Day, by International Biological Diversity, World Environmental Day. Then the Wetland Day, the Forestry Day, World Water Day, Earth Day. Some may be repeated, but this is just to give you a clear idea. Ozone Day, which we did, World Wildlife Week. Then we have International Day for Natural Disaster Reduction and National Pollution Prevention Day. And all these important days are out of your syllabus itself. So I mean to say, out as a part of your syllabus, which you need to definitely revise very well, again, which is very factual. So you have to be very careful for this. Okay. Now, yes,
Next is the hydrometeorological hazards, which is again an important topic seen in the paper. So it is by extreme meteorological and climate events in the form of, now what are these hydrometeorological hazards? In the form of floods, droughts, hurricanes, tornadoes, landslides, or mudslides. It is in the form of typhoons, or blizzard, that is a snowfall, heavy snowfall, avalanches, or the floods resulting in, including the flash floods, which the latest one is funny, that is May 2019, Bulbul in November 2019, West, that is in West Bengal, Amphan, that is again in West Bengal, and Yas in West Bengal, or Odisha and Jharkhand. So the latest one I have listed it, you can get it as a part of your current affairs also. Yes, there is a concept called as Earth Hour, okay, which is a worldwide movement by World Wide Fund, okay, which talks about encouraging the individuals, communities, and businesses to turn off the electric lights when it is not essential to use. So for that, an hour is dedicated, that is from 8:30 p.m. to 9:30 on a specific day towards the end of the March, as a symbol of commitment to the planet. It was started as a lights off event in Sydney initially, that is Australia, in 2007, and it has been marked as, Earth hour, that is Earth hour, as a concept widely known as. So in 2021, it happened on 27th of March 2021. The theme was climate change to save Earth. The next schedule is 26th of March 2022. So this is basically a global grassroots movement in order to unite the people to take, action against the environmental issue and protect the planet. Now this moment is definitely going to reach, every I mean to say, is going to symbolize the commitment towards the nature and planet by the individuals or by the country. So this is one concept which should you be aware of. Yes, then I was talking about Paris Agreement. Yes, it is one of the legally binding international treaty which was adopted at Conference of Parties, that is by 196 countries on 12th of December 2015, and came into force on 4th of November 2016. It is the goal is to limit the global warming, preferably below 2, preferably 1.5 degrees Celsius to the pre-industrial levels. And yes, it is to reach the peak of greenhouse emission as soon as possible. So it is one of the multilateral climate change process, and it is legally binding towards all the nations, to undertake the efforts in order to fight the climate change and adapt to its effect. Then it's a 5-year cycle. Yes, by 2020, countries submit their plans for climate action. Which will be known as national, that is by every country. So it is called as nationally determined countries, and it will definitely see to the reduction of greenhouse emissions. And it also provides a framework for financial, technical, and capacity building support to those countries who need it. Yes, the next topic which we have is pollution. So it is definitely a effect which brings an undesirable changes in the surroundings, and also affects the planet's humans and animals. And it is, it is not only the pollution, but it is, with the help of, it adds to a substance like solid, liquid, gas, in any form of, energy, which cause a negative effect. So it is, pollution is nothing, pollutant is a substance which cause pollution, which can definitely rapidly have negative effect, on the environment. And it can see that is there are it leads, or it is because of a lot of human made activities in the form of construction, transportation, or manufacturing. And that is in the form of volcanic eruptions, release of methane, emission of natural gases, nitrogen oxide, cosmic rays, UV rays, ultraviolet rays. So let's see quickly the types, that is air pollution, soil, noise, water, and radiation pollution. So starting with types of pollutant, which are two types, that is primary and secondary. Primary, which are directly emitted. There is also a question that they give you some examples, and they ask you which is primary or which is, secondary. So one which is direct are primary in the form of storms, volcanoes, or, human activities such as revolution, transportation. So either form of, like for example, carbon oxides, nitrogen oxide, sulfur oxide, hydrocarbon, particulate material are the form of these examples. That is primary examples. When we talk about secondary, it is which is indirectly emitted by, by the reaction in the primary pollutants. So sulfuric acid, that is sulfur dioxide, reacts with water vapor in the atmosphere and form the secondary pollutant that is called as sulfuric acid. So one of the like that nitric acid, ozone, the peroxyl acetyl nitrate is the one which reacts with ozone and hydrochloric acid in order to, which is found in burnt petroleum, and they are commonly called as photochemical smog. So there were, as I said, there were the question scenes on primary and secondary pollutants with the help of example. So the one which come directly are primaries, and the one which is in reaction with primary is called as secondary. Then air pollution, yes, which is a kind of solid, liquid, or gaseous substance, can form or can lead to the problem in eye, skin, and respiratory system. Can form a smog, that is combination of smoke and fog, okay, which was coined by Vox, that is in 1905. It is also due to smoke or soot, which we call interaction with sunlight with the suspended particles. And 1st of April, I mean to say 2017, there was a ban on sale and registration of Bharat Stage 3 vehicles. And the Bharat Stage has set the norms regarding the permissible level of the pollutants. The air quality index is the evaluation. Okay. So here the standard and time limit for implementations are set by whom? That is by the Central Pollution Board, which comes under Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Now, talking about water pollution, the presence of undesirable elements in water has led to water pollution in the form of major water pollutants such as industrial waste released in water. So there are other pollutants like, for example, untreated waste, sewage water, or pesticide from farms, or mercury, presence of mercury, lead, arsenic. For example, as I said, mercury toxic, which we have seen various examples earlier also. Oil spills or hot water release from industries into water, and misuse of groundwater. So yes, these are the examples of water pollution. Soil pollution is one which can cause harmful consequences on living beings by deteriorating the fertility, and can also pollute, the use, can also be polluted by the use of polluted water. So the sources can be fertilizer, plus pesticides, plastics, contaminated water, fly ash, landfills, and chemical resides like acids, metallic waste from the industries, and non-degradable as waste and garbage. So noise pollution, there's a question frequently seen on this. So it's an unwanted sound, which definitely leads to noise pollution, which has a huge impact in the form of hearing loss or increased blood pressure, reduction efficiency in the work efficiency, depression, disturbed pattern of sleeps. So the World Health Organization has recommended a normal noise level at 45 decibel by daytime and 35 by night. So many a times you get a question on industrial and daytime and nighttime limits. So if it is industrial, if it is commercial, residential, or silent zone, what is the limit? So many times the questions are seen on this. So this table you should be remembering very well. dB stands for decibel. It's nothing but the unit of measuring noise. Coming to radioactive pollution, that is caused by radioactive elements in the form of emission of alpha, beta, and gamma rays, which can lead to pollution, use of nuclear weapons, or the radioscopes into the water bodies, chemical spills in the form of particles into environment during mining, and cosmic rays in the Earth's atmosphere. Now, yes, here also I've given a new table in the form of air quality index, the levels and the colors. So 0 to 50 indicates good, green in color, 51 to 100 moderate yellow in color, 101 to 150 unhealthy, which will be orange in color, 151 to 200 it is unhealthy, red in color, this is dangerous, 201 to 300 very unhealthy, purple in color, and maroon represents hazardous. So you can also get a question based on this air quality index, which was seen with either with the levels or with the colors. So you should be aware of this. Coming to the pollutants, basically that is particulate material, PM 2.5, ozone, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, lead, or ammonia.
So air quality is basically used by government agencies in order to, communicate the public how the air, how polluted the air is. And this is a system which is used to warn people about the danger of air pollution. Now, we have studied what is biodegradable and non-biodegradable substances. So the one which can be broken down into simple organic forms or inorganic substances is called biodegradable, but one which cannot be broken down, it is non-biodegradable. So the waste is made up of natural, but it is made up of synthetic substances. They do not disturb the ecology and do not cause pollution, whereas they leads to a lot of disturbance into the ecology or ecological balance and cause pollution. They have a very short life, whereas non-biodegradable have a very long life. Examples are in the form of cow dung or agriculture waste. They are in the form of radioactive waste or chemical waste. Coming to, yes, certain few topics on which the questions are seen, that is blue baby syndrome is syndrome, sorry. It's nothing but the condition that affects the oxygen transportation in the blood and which results into the blueness of the skin, which is it's common form cause in that is sorry, it's most common of blue baby syndrome, that is water contaminated with nitrate. And if the baby drinks that, the water rich in nitrate gets converted, the body gets converted into nitrites, and which bind the hemoglobin in the body, and when it forms or when it meets the hemoglobin level, it is unable to carry the oxygen, and that's the reason we can see the discoloration in the form of skin turning into bluish color. Photochemical smog, we just now studied. It is a type of smog which is produced when ultraviolet lights from the sun reacts with nitrogen oxide. It is visible as the brown haze and is prominent during the morning and afternoon, especially in densely populated and warm cities. So the major component are nitrogen oxide or the volatile organic compounds and ultraviolet light that's in the form of sunlight. Yes, noise. We studied the noise levels for industrial and as well as residential. But let us see the source and effects also. If it is 135, it is pneumatic drill, which is very painful. 110 rock band, which is very discomfortable. 88, that is the traffic, which is hearing impairment on prolonged exposure. 80 is alarm clock, that is which is annoying, and 65, that is city average traffic, which is intrusive. So these are the effects you may get question out of this. There is no question yet seen, but the table is formed so that in case if you get it, you can able to write it. Now, yes, this I have done just now. So the same thing, but in case if you just can read it and revise it, it will be better for you. Silent zones earlier observed around 10 meters of hospital or education institutions will no longer be silent zone unless notified by the government. So like now, if it is unless and until it is notified by the government, they will be not declared as a silent zones. Yeah, sorry, the same thing I guess is been repeated for that, okay, for a clear idea. Now, yes, so one of the question common seen was Minamata disaster. That is, it's a methyl mercury poisoning, which is again a cause due to the consumption of large quantities of fish and shellfish that are heavily contaminated with the chemical in the form, which has been discharged from the factories into the sea. So the mercury was in the waste product dumped into Minamata Bay, that was, on massive scale done by one of the chemical factory in 1956 in Japan. And the mercury contaminated fish living in Minamata Bay, people ate those fishes and definitely became ill. And that's how this Minamata disease was, a big, a huge thing to be remembered. So just that is, it started with what, and it was a consumption of what and what year, that is 1956 in Japan. Yes, now you have metals, the permissible concentration and sources. Again, there is no specific question seen on this, but just to, brief you of with this, I have just formed in the form of table and some important sources you can remember, where it is respect to aluminum, copper, mercury, cadmium, and lead. So what exactly the sources are: aluminum, whether it is, solid or industrial waste; copper in the form of smelting or mining; mercury in the form of plants, thermal power plants or fluorescent lamps; hospital waste; electrical appliances; cadmium in the form of melting or waste batteries or e-waste;
lead in the form of lead acid batteries, or e-waste, or cold based thermal power plants. So there are 35 metals that are a concern for us because of the residential or occupational exposure, out of which 23 are very heavy metals, and they are antimony, arsenic, bismuth, cadmium, selenium, chromium, cobalt, copper, gallium, iron, lead, gold, iron, lead, manganese, mercury, nickel, platinum, silver, trillium, thallium, tin, uranium, and vanadium. Now, you may not get all this, but at least remember the numbers, because the most heavy metals number wise you can remember at least 20 out of 35, 23. The next come as organic pollutants, that is originate from the domestic sewage that is raw or treated, or urban runoff or industrial trade. This sewage influence is the greatest source of organic materials which is discharged in the fresh waters. They include the presence of chemically active compounds that are discharged from the industries. They are rich in marine water. These chemically active compounds include microplastic or leading to chemical additives and persistent organic pollutants. The sources of fossil fuels or organic chemicals or particulate material or vehicle emissions. So these, you may get a question on sources. So how these sources are formed. The next is noise pollution. We have done an answer, but this is with reference to the measurement only. So it is talking about the standard sound intensity, which is followed by magnitude called as 1 picowatt. That is, not at all sound is considered, no sound considered. So the World Organization defines that noise above 65 decibels is a noise pollution. So here the prefix, it's 1 trillion, that is pico is nothing but a unit symbol. Then coming to, yes, we have started this, the announcement of 40% power generation capacity as a renewable energy by 2030. In that, how it is divided, that is 350 gigawatts by 2030. And India has currently installed the capacity of 275. So the huge boost in the country's renewable energy target will majorly comprise of solar, that is, which has contributed to 250 gigawatts, and wind power, which was contributed to 100 gigawatts. Yes. Now, yes, there was a question on this. So you should remember solar how much, and wind power how much. Then, yes, greenhouse gas effect is one of the process which occurs when gases in the Earth's atmosphere are trapped in the sun's heat. So what this greenhouse gases include, that is water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, ozone, and artificial chemicals such as chlorofluorocarbons, and the absorbed energy warms the atmosphere and the surface of the earth. So that the warmth is because of this trap. Okay, so you should remember these gases. Mostly the question comes on the gases. Yes, now the greenhouse gases, again, your causes and sources I have written. Many times the question is seen out of this. So carbon dioxide, it is for fossil fuel and deforestation. Chlorofluorocarbons, refrigerators, insulation foams, aerosol cans, as I said, industrial and commercial use. Nitrogen oxide in the form of fossil fuel burning, fertilizer, burning of food or crop residue. Methane is in the form of growing paddy, etc., of cattle and lively stocks or termites. So these are the sources. You should remember the sources very well. Depletion, important ozone depleting chemicals. So chlorofluorocarbons, that is, we have repeated just now. Refrigeration or aerosol foams. Halon, that is firefighting. SCFC, that is, in the form of aerosol or refrigeration. Hydrochlorofluorocarbons, that is methyl chloroform, that is solvent, and carbon dioxide tetrachloride, that is again solvent. Okay, used in what? Then next is talking about some of the important legislation for environmental protection. So this is, the legislations which have been taken, that is the National Green Tribunal, the air prevention, control of pollution, the water prevention, the hazardous waste prevention. Other laws are, the Indian Forest Act, the Wildlife Protection Act, the Forest Conservation, Public Liability, Protection of Plant Varieties, Biological Diversity, and the Scheduled Tribes and other traditional forest dwellers. Now, these are, please remember, these are not seen as in question, but in one of the theory part, I read it, and it was just given the heading. So you just read it once. Don't give, more concentration for this particular part. Yes, renewable source of energy which are non-depletable or naturally replenishable, such as solar energy or heat of the earth or plants, okay, or ocean currents. The thermal efficiency of energy station is percentage of heat that is, that is changed into work. So geothermal, it is from beneath the earth's surface, and it finds the surface in the form of hot springs or geysers. The efficiency is low, as around 7 to 10%. Solar energy is more efficient, that is close to 50%. The ultimate source of energy for all living organisms, it is the heat and light energy produced as a result of the fusion and fission reactions. The producers produce food by photosynthesis, and it's responsible for, all weather phenomena such as wind, storm, rain, or heat waves. Then next one we have is wind energy, which is generated by, renewable energy that is restricted to certain geographical areas, which includes wind turbines. And yes, it is a direct conversion that elimination, which implies elimination of mechanical machines. They are used to convert wind energy to electricity. India has ranked fifth in the world with the total power capacity of 1080 megawatts, and the states like Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh are potential for wind energy development. The efficiency is 35 to 45%. When it comes to nuclear, the efficiency is 33. So here I have just written a conclusion also. Maybe the questions can come on the efficiency. So it is basically splitting atoms to release the energy. So if you see geothermal, that is 7 to 10, nuclear 33, wind 35 to 45, solar is 50. Geothermal has the least efficiency of electrical power generation. Now, yes, you may get also which has the least part and which has the highest. So solar is the highest, geothermal is the least. Yes, every year 5.5 billion tons of carbon is released by burning fossil fuels. So the massive amount of 3.3 billion tons stays in the atmosphere and becomes dissolved in seawater. So the carbon moves from atmosphere to the oceans. India is the third largest emitter of greenhouse gases, accounts for 2.46 metric tons, that is 6.8 total global emission. So the India ranks at 12%, which is overall very high rating with reference to greenhouse gas emission. Then earthquake, yeah, you need to know the magnitude and strength. If it is on a scale of 8 or more, great. 7 to 7.9 major, 6 to 6.9 that is strong, 5 to 5.9 moderate, 4 to 4.9 light, and 3 to 3.9 is minor. So you may get a question out of magnitude, the strength and form. So yes, now what we revised at the start, that is this protocols and agreements and commissions are very important. So again, I'm just quickly going to have a quick glance. Montreal Protocol 87, that is ozone depletion. Rio Summit, also known as the Earth Summit, United Nations Conference on Environmental Development. 1992, that is, as we studied Agenda 21, Climate Change, Biological Diversity, Rio 10 and 20 conference. Then we have Convention on Biological Diversity, that is 1992. So sustainability, fair and equitable treatment, and conserve biological diversity. Kyoto Protocol, which is reference to with greenhouse gases. India is ratified in 2002. It's actually started in 1997, and the carbon trading and penalties for non-compliance if you're not following the rule. International Solar Alliance, that is India and France, started in 2015 with the promotion of use of solar energy, setting out an e-portal or reducing the total cost for solar energy. Coming to Paris Agreement, which was formed in 2015 with an intensity to reduce emission by 2030. Financial help from or from other countries, increasing the carbon sink, investing more in these programs, and joint collaborative research and development for future. Yes, now there is a concept of United Nations READ. Now this is basically reducing emission for deforestation and forest degradation, that is READ Plus, which was founded in 2008 to reduce, as I said, to emission of deforestation. Plus refers to conservation of the carbon stocks or sustainable management. So which was as an international negotiation formed by United Nations Convention on Climate Change with an focus on reducing the emissions from the deforestation and forest degradation. So this project is located in southern countries. Today there are more than 450 of them. The headquarters is in Geneva, and the membership is 60 of 65 partner countries. Then we have international biological diversity, which is deals with biodiversity issues, which is a result of the post 2015 developmental agenda sustainability developmental goal. Yes, the theme of 2021 was we are a part of the solution, which was basically with reference to the solutions which are in the nature, and this will answer the sustainable development challenges. Every year it is observed as an international day in on 22nd of May, with the issue of biodiversity. Brazil is the most biodiverse country on the planet, whereas 1/10 of the world's overall fishes call it as an home. Coming to greenhouse gases, one update, that is observing satellite, that is ubiki, that is GOSAT, is the world's first spacecraft to measure the concentrations of carbon dioxide and methane, and the two major greenhouse gases from the space, which was launched on 2009. So this is also known as ubiki, that is meaning the breathe, is one of the question also, in the form of Earth observation satellite and the world's first satellites dedicated to greenhouse monitoring. Now, the giant panda, the animal which has, featured animal logo for World Life Fund, WWF, which we have seen in Earth are also. So it is one of the endangered species and should be, permitted for the natural environment of their origin. So the idea was using a female panda at London Zoo, that is the furry animal appealing with more appeal, which was decided to be an excellent logo. And another reason for keeping it as just black and white is to minimize the cost. So it is the Wildlife Fund for Nature is one of the international non-governmental organization, which definitely is formed with respect to the reduction of human impact on environment, which remains its official name in Canada and United States. Coming to the species, which are classified as United Nations, that is IUCN Red List, which are 9 groups. So what are they? That is the rate of declination, population, geographical distribution. You also call them as the degree of population or distribution fragmentation. So these they are divided into the 9 categories, which are highlighted for your benefit. So the International Union for Conservation of Nature, that is ICUN, is an international organization again, which is working for the sustainable use of natural resources, and it was founded in 1984. India became the member in 1969 with the help of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. This is of your importance, and the office was established in 2007 in Delhi. Then UNESCO, with reference to UNESCO, the one which is responsible for promoting the world peace and security. The mission is to build a culture of peace, eradicate poverty, sustainable development, then interculture with the help of education, science, communication, information. India became the member in 1946. The logo block is composed of 3 parts, that is the emblem, the temple, that is, and included in the UNESCO acronym. The complete name, United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, is one of the several languages. A dotted line is the progression form. So there are 6 official languages of UNESCO, that is Arabic, Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Spanish. So these were 2 forms where, sentences or topics where you can get questions on. Then we have is, UNESCO, which is launched 1971. The Mans and Biosphere program, that is MAP, okay, which is again to establish the relationship between people and environment. There are 18 biosphere reserves in India. Definitely the benefit is the human livelihood, to improve the human livelihood and to promote the economic development. So these 18 biospheres are given as follows, followed with reference to the states also. So just you can take a pause. I mean to say some points I've highlighted where the questions were formed on. Kutch is the one with the largest area, and Nilgiri, that is Tamil Nadu, Kerala, was the first to be first included in this biosphere reserves in India. Yes, you have something called as international impact assessment, which talks about the process of evaluating the environmental impacts, proposed project or development, taking into account the